Before the world knew his name, before history carved him into stone, he was just a boy in a cabin, listening to the wind press against wooden walls. Tonight, I want you to let that wind carry you back. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Settle in, lower the lights, and allow your breathing to slow. This is your space to drift, to step away from the noise of the present and wander gently into the past. As always, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. I love seeing how far these stories travel in the quiet hours of the night. It reminds me that even in different time zones, we're all sharing the same calm moment together. And if you find comfort in these slow, immersive journeys through history, I'd truly appreciate it if you subscribed. More than 90% of you who listen regularly aren't subscribed yet, and subscribing makes a real difference. It motivates me to keep creating these long, peaceful stories designed to help you rest, think, and drift into sleep. Tonight's story is the life of Abraham Lincoln, from poverty to president. We'll move slowly, chapter by chapter, through hardship, ambition, loss, and destiny. No rush, no noise, just history unfolding in the dark. So take a deep breath, let your body soften, and let's begin. Abraham Lincoln came into the world on February 12th, 1809, in a place that did not look like the beginning of greatness. There was no city skyline, no polished house, no family estate with portraits and carved furniture and shelves of inherited books. There was a single-room log cabin on the Sinking Spring Farm in Hardin County, Kentucky, a rough piece of country that would later become LaRue County. The house stood in a landscape of woods, fields, creeks, and hard clay paths, where life was measured not by comfort, but by weather, strength, and survival. He was born to Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, and when he first opened his eyes, he entered a world where poverty was not an episode, but a condition, almost as permanent as the trees. His parents did not belong to the powerful class of early Kentucky. They were not poor in the sense of idleness, nor broken by drink, nor incapable of labor. They were poor because the frontier was uncertain, land titles were often tangled, work was endless, and a family could lose nearly everything simply through bad luck, unclear claims, illness, or the movement of stronger interests. Thomas Lincoln, his father, was a farmer and carpenter, a man known for hard physical work and practical skill. He could shape timber and raise a cabin, and in a frontier settlement that mattered. Yet skill did not always bring security. Land disputes in Kentucky could swallow years of labor. A man might clear trees, plant corn, build fences, and still find the ground under him legally uncertain. The family's early life was marked by exactly that kind of instability. Abraham, who was called Abe from childhood, was not the first child in the family. His older sister Sarah had been born in 1807, and she would remain one of the most important figures in his early life. A younger brother, Thomas, was born later but died in infancy. That loss, common in the era and yet never truly ordinary, was part of the shadowed rhythm of frontier life. Children were born into households where death was familiar. Disease could come suddenly, and medicine often had little power over it. A family learned early not to expect fairness from the world. When Abraham was still very young, the Lincolns moved from Sinking Spring to another farm on Knob Creek, still in Kentucky. The move itself showed how uncertain their footing was. Families like theirs often had to shift simply to keep going, following opportunity, or escaping legal trouble over land. On the Knob Creek farm, Abraham spent some of the years that later lived most clearly in fragment and feeling. The sense of open country, the movement of water, the sound of work tools, the smell of wood smoke, and the visible nearness of labour to hunger. There were no illusions of gentility around him. He learned very early that food came from effort, shelter from effort, heat from effort, and that if effort failed, life could narrow quickly. There were stories from those early years that he would later recall, or that others preserved about him, though memory is always part truth and part shaping. One tale held that he nearly drowned in Knob Creek as a child and was saved by a nearby companion. Whether every detail was exact mattered less than what the story suggested. Childhood on the frontier was physical and perilous. Creeks, axes, livestock, winter, fire, and disease all stood near the life of a child. Safety was never complete. A boy learned caution not from lectures, but from exposure. If there was one force moving inside young Abraham that could not be explained by his surroundings alone, it was his hunger to know. On the frontier, schooling was sparse. Teachers came and went. Schoolhouses were crude. Terms were brief, and children attended only when labour or distance allowed. Abraham Lincoln's total formal education across his life likely amounted to no more than about a year, gathered in scattered pieces from so-called blab schools, where students recited lessons aloud in crowded rooms. Yet from those thin beginnings came one of the most remarkable self-educations in American history. The boy's mind reached beyond what his circumstances offered him. This did not mean his family life was built around books. Far from it. Thomas Lincoln valued usefulness. He believed in work that could be seen in a field ploughed, a tree felled, a roof repaired. He was not a man of literary habits, and he did not look at a child with a book and automatically see promise. On the frontier, reading could appear ornamental unless it led to immediate utility. Abraham, however, was drawn toward language with an intensity that made him different. He would later say that he read everything he could get his hands on, and that was not a boast, but a factual description of appetite. Books were scarce, which meant that each one mattered more. A borrowed volume might be read again and again until its sentences lodged in memory. The Bible was one of the first great shaping texts of his life, not only because it was available, but because its language was deep, rhythmic, solemn, and morally charged. The King James Bible gave him more than stories. It gave him a cadence that would remain in his speech forever. Even when he became a politician and lawyer, even when he spoke on law, union, or war, his language often carried that scriptural gravity. Another key book from his boyhood was Aesop's Fables, whose compact tales and moral patterns may have helped develop his lifelong taste for story used as argument. He also read John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, a book of journey, trial, endurance, and moral testing. Later recollections included The Life of George Washington by Parson Weems, a mixture of biography and patriotic myth that was widely read in the early Republic. Whatever its embellishments, it offered the image of a great national life shaped from humble virtue. Whether Abe believed every anecdote was less important than the impression it left. History could be told through character, and character could become public destiny. But those possibilities were still far away. In 1816, when Abraham was 7 years old, the family left Kentucky and moved north across the Ohio River into Indiana. The reasons were practical and important. Kentucky's land title problems had made secure ownership difficult, and Thomas Lincoln wanted firmer legal ground. There was also the matter of slavery. Thomas did not belong to the planter class, and although his attitudes were shaped by the prejudices of his era, he opposed slavery. Indiana, organized under the Northwest Ordinance, was free territory. So the move was about land, legality, labor, and the kind of society in which a family might try to survive. The journey into Indiana was no easy resettlement into prepared comfort. It was movement into deeper frontier. The family settled in Spencer County near Little Pigeon Creek. The place was heavily wooded. To build a life, their first required clearing one. Trees had to come down before crops could rise. Cabins had to be raised before winter. Fences had to be built before animals destroyed what little had been planted. The first shelter was not even a finished cabin, but a half-faced camp, open on one side, a temporary structure against cold and weather. Abraham, still a small boy, entered years of labor that would define his body and his habits. He learned to swing an axe. He learned to split rails. He learned that the frontier required every member of the household to contribute. The image of Lincoln with an axe would become famous later, almost mythic, but the reality beneath the image was not a stage symbol of democratic virtue. It was work, hard work, the kind that thickened hands and shoulders and made a boy tired before dark. Abraham grew tall early, awkward and strong, with unusually long limbs and a developing capacity for physical effort. He could do the work expected of him. That fact mattered because one of the later myths about him made him seem like a pure child of books, misplaced among tools. In truth, he knew tools intimately. He understood labor not as an abstraction, but as a fact of flesh, wood, and hours. He belonged to the working poor before he ever spoke for them. Then, when Abraham was 9 years old, his life was broken by one of its defining sorrows. In the autumn of 1818, his mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, died. The likely cause was milk sickness, a terrible frontier disease caused by drinking milk or eating dairy products from cows that had grazed on white snake root, a poisonous plant. The illness was poorly understood, and in some regions, it swept through settlements with merciless mystery. Nancy died on October 5th, 1818. Abraham was left with the kind of grief a child cannot fully express because he cannot yet understand the scale of what has been taken. The frontier had already taught him hardship, but this was different. Poverty was one thing. The loss of a mother was another. Much about Nancy remains partly obscured by the limitations of the record, but to Abraham, she was a source of gentleness, intelligence, and moral influence. Later, he would speak of her with reverence. He once said, "All that I am, or hope to be, I owe to my angel mother." Whether the exact wording reached us unchanged through retelling, the sentiment was real. Her death left a silence in the household, and in a frontier cabin, silence could feel especially bare. There were no rituals of modern grief, no counselling, no time set aside from necessity. Work continued. Winter approached. Survival demanded action even from the morning. Nancy was buried near the family's Indiana home in a simple grave. There was no minister immediately available at the burial. The starkness of that fact fits the world the Lincolns inhabited. Life ended, a hole was dug, words were few, and the living went on because they had to. Yet grief has its own duration. Abraham never forgot her. The loss entered him deeply and remained there, part of the melancholy current that so many later observers noticed in him. Even as a grown man, he could be lively, humorous, and socially engaging. But beneath that surface, there was often sadness. It is too simple to trace that entirely to one childhood event, yet his mother's death plainly belonged to the making of that inward gravity. The family's condition after Nancy's death became even more severe. A household with children on the frontier needed order, care, and emotional steadiness as much as it needed bread and wood. For more than a year, the home lacked that center. Then Thomas Lincoln returned to Kentucky and married Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow he had known before, in December 1819. He brought her and her children back to Indiana. This was one of the most fortunate changes in Abraham Lincoln's entire childhood. Sarah Bush Lincoln, his stepmother, was affectionate, energetic, practical, and far more nurturing than the rough surroundings might suggest. She saw something in Abraham that his father only partly understood. She encouraged his reading. She brought a degree of warmth and order into the home. She later remembered him as a child who loved books more than almost anything else, and who was never happier than when reading. That encouragement mattered. Great lives are often described as though talent rises alone, but talent usually survives because someone, at some fragile stage, does not crush it. Sarah Bush Lincoln did not crush his oddness. She protected it. That did not mean Abraham escaped labor. He continued to work long hours. Frontier sons had obligations, and Thomas Lincoln expected them to be met. Abraham chopped wood, plowed, harvested, built, hauled, and did the necessary tasks of a farm boy. But inside that life, another one was growing. He would read in the evening by firelight. He would scratch sums and words on wooden shingles, or with charcoal on boards when paper was scarce. He borrowed books from neighbors, sometimes walking miles for them. He read slowly, carefully, and with absorption. Not for display, not for grades, because the world inside words seemed larger than the one immediately around him. He was becoming known in the neighborhood, not merely as a strong worker, but as a boy who could talk, reason, and remember. People noticed his stories. They noticed that he listened. They noticed that he could repeat things and reshape them. He was not polished. He was a frontier youth in plain clothes, often ungainly, with little formal refinement. But in local gatherings, where news was scarce and conversation was entertainment, such gifts could stand out sharply. He developed a love of speaking and storytelling in exactly those ordinary settings. Long before he ever addressed a courtroom or crowd, he was learning how people listened and why. His relationship with his father grew strained over time, though not in the simple sense of constant open conflict. Thomas was part of a world that believed a son's labor belonged largely to the household until adulthood. Abraham increasingly felt drawn toward a broader life, one not bounded by field lines and daily chores. He did his work, but his imagination was elsewhere. There was also the legal custom that any wages earned by a minor son typically went to the father. This was normal for the period, yet it likely sharpened Abraham's desire for independence. He was not made to remain forever under another man's command, even his father's. The wish to stand on his own began early. He also encountered the reality of slavery in these years, though Indiana itself was a free state. Kentucky lay not far away across the river system of his early world, and the institution existed within sight of the society into which he had been born. The Lincoln family's move to free soil did not place the subject beyond awareness. On the frontier, people carried news, customs, and opinions across state lines. Abraham grew up in a borderland culture where slavery was not an abstract Southern issue, but a visible American fact. The moral clarity he would later bring to the subject was still forming, but the seeds of his discomfort were planted early. By adolescence, he had become striking in appearance. He was tall beyond the norm and eventually would reach about 6 feet 4 inches, an extraordinary height for the time. His face was angular, his features strong, but not conventionally handsome. He had large hands, long arms, and a body that could seem loose or awkward until set to work. There was something unfinished in his appearance as a youth, as though he had grown faster than grace could keep up. But people remembered him. In a rural community, distinctiveness itself had power. He was also beginning to educate himself in numbers and law-like thinking, though still in rough form. Arithmetic interested him because it had certainty. Words could persuade, but numbers proved. He studied grammar later than many educated men did, yet when he encountered it seriously, he did so with determination. This too was characteristic. He was rarely the earliest to receive formal instruction, but once he saw the use and structure of a thing, he pursued it with unusual discipline. As the 1820s advanced, the United States around him was still a young republic, but it was already pushing westward, growing in population, building roads and markets, arguing over tariffs, banks, internal improvements, and the balance between free and slave labor. Abraham Lincoln knew little of national politics in any developed sense as a child, yet he was growing up inside the American expansion that would make his own rise possible. He was not born into old colonial society or Eastern stability. He was born into movement. The country was improvising itself, and so was he. In 1828, when he was 19, Abraham made a trip that widened his world. He traveled by flatboat down the Mississippi to New Orleans, helping transport produce. The details of this first voyage are less fully documented than the later one, but it was significant. River travel exposed a young frontierman to commerce, distance, and the scale of the nation beyond his neighborhood. New Orleans was unlike the sparse settlements of Indiana. It was a major port, multilingual, economically alive, and deeply tied to slavery. Whether on this first trip or the later 1831 trip, exposure to slave markets in the lower South left a lasting impression on Lincoln. The sight of human beings, sold openly, could not easily be forgotten. It stood as a concentrated image of power without mercy. Back in Indiana, his youth was nearing its end. The pattern of his childhood had become clear. Hard labor, little schooling, deep reading, family instability, maternal loss, step-maternal kindness, self-education, and an inner life larger than his outward station. None of this yet guaranteed greatness. Many poor boys worked hard and stayed poor. Many read a little and went no further. Many felt restless and never found a direction worthy of it. What made Abraham Lincoln different was not simply that he suffered, or that he was poor, or that he longed for more. It was the unusual combination of endurance, curiosity, memory, ambition, and moral seriousness slowly knitting itself inside him. In 1830, when Abraham was 21, the Lincoln family moved again, this time to Illinois. The migration marked the end of his Indiana years and the close of his childhood world. They settled in Macon County after a difficult winter journey. Abraham helped build the new cabin and clear the land, just as he had done before. But he was now a man in the legal sense of age, and increasingly in his own mind. The old life was ending. The son who had grown up in cabins and fields, who had buried his mother, borrowed books, swung axes, and stared beyond the edge of his circumstances, was approaching the moment when he would step out from his father's household and begin the uncertain path toward public life. Nothing about that future was visible yet in outward form. There was still no office, no reputation, no law practice, no political following, no presidency waiting in shadow. There was only a tall young man with almost no money, very little schooling, a strong back, a remarkable mind, and a sense, not fully spoken but deeply felt, that his life would not remain small forever. By the time Abraham Lincoln began to separate his life from that of his father, he was already carrying the marks of a difficult first 20 years. He had known hunger close enough to respect it, labor hard enough to understand it, and loneliness early enough to be shaped by it. He had crossed from Kentucky into Indiana, from Indiana into Illinois, and with each move, the world had seemed to promise a beginning while delivering more struggle first. Yet something had changed by 1830 and 1831. He was no longer a child inside a family's motion. He was becoming a man who would make his own direction, even if at first that direction looked uncertain, improvised, and poor. The move into Illinois did not instantly open opportunity. The country near Decatur and Macon County could be fertile, but frontier fertility always came wrapped in hardship. The land had to be broken, timber cut, fences raised, and shelter built before any promise turned real. Lincoln did the work. One of the most enduring stories from this period was his splitting of rails for fencing, labor so central to the frontier economy that decades later, political supporters would transform it into a symbol and call him the rail splitter candidate. But in these actual years, there was nothing symbolic about it. The axe was not mythology, it was necessity. Still, Illinois presented something Kentucky and Indiana had not fully given him: the chance to step outward into a broader life. In 1831, after helping his family settle, Lincoln left home for good. The break was not theatrical. There was no grand declaration, no dramatic rupture. It was simply the natural but momentous ending of a long dependency. A son who had spent years laboring under his father's expectations now moved into the uncertain freedom of a young man with almost nothing but his body, mind, and reputation. That year, he joined a flatboat venture heading south to New Orleans. The trip mattered greatly. River travel in the early republic was not just transportation, but education. The Mississippi and its tributaries formed an artery of commerce through which goods, people, accents, ambitions, and brutal realities moved. Lincoln and his companions transported cargo downriver, and as they traveled, the scale of the country widened before him. Frontier settlements gave way to larger towns, more complex markets, and deeper contact with the South. New Orleans left one of the strongest impressions on him. It was a major port city, alive with trade, wealth, movement, and cultural variety, but also inseparable from slavery. Here the institution appeared not as a distant condition on plantations somewhere beyond sight, but as an organized market in human flesh. Accounts handed down later differ in detail, as memory often does, but the weight of the tradition is believable. Lincoln saw slave auctions and was deeply affected by them. Men and women displayed, inspected, sold, separated. Human dignity translated into price. Whether he spoke at that exact time, words later attributed to him about striking slavery, "If ever I get a chance," no surviving record proves it verbatim, but the moral impression of such scenes fits the development of his mind. He had grown up near the border of slave society. Now he saw the thing itself in concentrated form. When he returned north, he did not yet have a profession. He had no inherited capital, no formal education, and no clear ladder to climb. What he did have was a growing reputation for intelligence, honesty, humor, and strength. These qualities began to gather around him in New Salem, Illinois, the small village where he settled after the river trip. New Salem was not a great town. It was a frontier settlement on the Sangamon River, modest, aspiring, and vulnerable to the boom and bust rhythms that shaped so many Western villages. But for Lincoln, it became the place where his adult identity first came into focus. He arrived there through work connected to Denton Offutt, an ambitious and somewhat unreliable businessman who had employed him on the flatboat journey. Offutt believed in Lincoln's abilities, sometimes extravagantly so. He spoke of him as unusually capable, praised his intelligence and strength, and helped place him in New Salem as a store clerk. Offutt's confidence may have been exaggerated in the way of speculators and boosters, but it mattered that someone publicly saw promise in Lincoln beyond manual labor. In the store, Lincoln found something new, a semi-public social role. He measured goods, dealt with customers, listened to local talk, exchanged stories, and became known. He had a natural ease with ordinary people. He did not seem above them, yet he did not disappear into sameness either. He was distinct, very tall, humorous, thoughtful, often awkward in body, but increasingly graceful in language. He could tell stories that made people laugh, and he could listen with such apparent sincerity that they trusted him. Trust became one of his earliest forms of wealth. His honesty soon entered local legend. One story told of his walking a long distance to return a few cents to a customer after discovering he had overcharged her. Another described his making up for a short measure of tea. Exact details in such stories often blur over time, but the larger truth is secure. New Salem remembered him as scrupulously fair. In a small community, character circulated as reputation, and reputation could become destiny. Long before he was called Honest Abe by a nation, he was earning that identity among people who watched his daily conduct. He also entered a local culture where physical strength and courage still counted heavily. One well-known episode involved the Clary's Grove Boys, a rough group of young men known for wrestling, horseplay, and testing newcomers. Their leader, Jack Armstrong, became involved in a wrestling match with Lincoln. The exact terms of the contest vary by source, but Lincoln evidently performed so impressively, whether by drawing or nearly winning, that he gained the respect of the gang instead of their hostility. Frontier society could be quick to classify a man as weak or worthy, and Lincoln passed this trial. He was not merely bookish, not merely amusing, but a man who could stand his ground. All this helped establish him socially, but it did not yet establish him materially. He remained poor, dependent on inconsistent employment and the fragile prospects of a village economy. Offutt's store faltered. Opportunities came and went. Lincoln worked at different tasks, including surveying later on. But in the early New Salem phase, his life still had a provisional quality, as if he were waiting without fully knowing what for. What changed this waiting into direction was partly politics. The United States in the early 1830s was alive with argument. Andrew Jackson dominated national life. Questions of economic development, banks, tariffs, internal improvements, and democratic power stirred intense feeling. In Illinois, as elsewhere, politics was not a remote elite pastime, but an active public culture. Men debated in stores, on porches, at musters, in taverns, at elections. A gifted speaker could rise because the system still had openings through which talent, if matched with ambition and luck, might enter public life. Lincoln felt the pull. He'd been reading newspapers when available and listening to discussion for years. He had opinions, especially about improvement and development. Like many young Whigs in the making, though the party system was still taking clearer shape, he favoured measures that would increase opportunity through roads, canals, commerce, and law. He believed society could be built upward. This was not abstract theory to him. A poor young man in an underdeveloped country had direct reason to care whether transport improved, markets expanded, and legal institutions strengthened. In 1832, at just 23 years old, Lincoln announced his candidacy for the Illinois General Assembly. The decision was bold, almost audacious. He was little known outside New Salem, poorly educated by formal standards, and without money or family influence. Yet he wrote a campaign announcement that already revealed much about him. It was plain, direct, modest, but not timid. He supported internal improvements, especially making the Sangamon River more navigable. He did not pretend to grandeur. He asked for the people's support in language that suggested both humility and determination. Then history interrupted local ambition. In the spring of 1832, the Black Hawk War broke out. The conflict arose when Black Hawk, a Sauk leader, along with a group of Sauk, Meskwaki, and Kickapoo people, crossed the Mississippi back into Illinois, in part because of disputed lands and broken expectations created by US expansion. Settlers panicked, militia was raised, and Lincoln volunteered. This experience did not make him a battlefield hero in the conventional sense. He saw no major combat, but it was significant in several ways. First, the men in his company elected him captain, a fact Lincoln later said gave him more satisfaction than any later success. That tells us something important. Before office and fame, he cherished the free choice of ordinary men who deemed him worthy to lead them. The election suggested that even in a rough company, his peers recognized judgment, steadiness, and personal authority in him. Second, military service exposed him to responsibility and to the disorder of amateur soldiery. Frontier militia life was not glorious. It involved confusion, marching, shortages, tension, and long intervals of anticlimax. Lincoln's humanity showed even there. One remembered incident involved his preventing the mistreatment of a Native American who came into camp with permission papers but was threatened by soldiers. Whether later recollections softened or sharpened the scene, it aligns with Lincoln's established instinct against cruelty and mob behavior. Third, the Black Hawk War placed him inside one of the violent edges of American expansion. Illinois was not simply growing, it was being remade through the displacement of native peoples. Lincoln, at this stage, did not stand outside the assumptions of American settlement. He was part of that expanding society. Yet even so, his personal conduct tended toward restraint rather than savagery, and that distinction mattered. When the war ended, Lincoln returned to politics and completed his campaign. He lost the election, but not disastrously. In New Salem precinct, he ran very well, showing how strong his local standing had become. Across the larger district, he lacked reach and organization. Still, a poor young man's first race had revealed a real political future. He had stepped onto the field and not been dismissed. After the election, his life remained unstable. He briefly considered blacksmithing, then worked as a postmaster in New Salem. The job was modest, but it suited him in curious ways. He handled newspapers, letters, and information. In a small frontier village, the post office was a nerve center of communication. Lincoln was known to read newspapers before delivering them, absorbing national events and political developments. He also served as deputy surveyor, though he had to teach himself enough mathematics and technique to do the work. This was typical of him. He did not wait for ideal preparation. Faced with necessity, he learned. Surveying brought some income and a measure of respect. It also sharpened habits of precision. Land on the frontier was wealth, conflict, aspiration, and future all at once. To survey land was to translate raw space into lines, claims, and order. Lincoln lived in a society where legal structure often lagged behind settlement, and he was increasingly drawn toward the world of law because law promised form where life had often seemed disorderly. But before law came business failure. In 1833, he entered a store partnership with William F. Berry. The venture was ill-conceived, undercapitalized, and burdened by poor management. Berry drank heavily and proved unreliable. The store failed. Lincoln wound up saddled with debts he could not easily pay. He later joked about this burden as the national debt, but there was pain beneath the humor. For a man of no means, debt could hang like a slow sentence over years of labor. He did not escape it by trickery or bankruptcy in the moral sense. He paid it back gradually, faithfully, over a long period. This too fed the local sense that he was a man whose word meant something. New Salem also brought him into intimate emotional territory, and here the historical record becomes more delicate. The central figure in this part of his life is Anne Rutledge. She was the daughter of a tavern keeper and became, in later memory, associated with Lincoln's deepest early romance. Historians have debated the exact nature and depth of the relationship because the evidence is fragmentary and much of it comes from recollections decades later. Still, it is widely accepted that Lincoln and Anne were close and that her death in 1835 profoundly affected him. Anne Rutledge had previously been linked to another man, John McNamara, who was absent for a long period and whose intentions remained uncertain. During this time, Lincoln and Anne seemed to have grown attached. Whether they were formally engaged before her illness cannot be proved with complete confidence, but many who knew Lincoln later believed they meant to marry. Then she fell sick, likely with typhoid fever, and died on August 25th, 1835. Her death struck Lincoln hard, very hard. Those around him feared for his mind. He sank into grief so deep that friends watched him closely. The melancholy already present in him from youth now darkened. He spoke in despairing terms, and there were genuine concerns about self-harm. This was not a passing sadness. It was one of the clearest early episodes showing the depressive tendency that would accompany him through much of life. He could rise from it, function through it, joke through it, even lead through it later, but he never entirely ceased being a man acquainted with inward darkness. And yet, even here, the shape of his character can be seen. Grief did not destroy his ambition, but it changed its tone. He was not one of those public men whose energy comes from unbroken confidence. Lincoln's power grew partly from sorrow. He knew loss not as a poetic idea, but as something that emptied the world. That gave him sympathy, patience, and gravity beyond his years. In 1834, he had already taken an important step forward, winning election to the Illinois General Assembly As one of the representatives from Sangamon County, he ran as a supporter of what would become the Whig program: economic development, internal improvements, and a more active, constructive role for government. This victory began his real political career. He was now a legislator, though still a poor one. The Illinois legislature was not a polished institution of great statesmen in elegant chambers. It was a developing body in a developing state, full of ambition, roughness, local interests, and young men trying to make themselves. Lincoln fit that world well. He was learning procedure, alliances, and argument. He was not instantly the dominant figure, but he was growing quickly. Tall, memorable, and increasingly able in debate, he became part of the Long Nine, the nickname for the tall Sangamon County delegation, who worked together to advance local interests, including moving the state capital to Springfield. Springfield mattered. It was more than a town. It was an opening into a higher level of legal, political, and social life. New Salem had been his proving ground, but Springfield would become his true adult arena. During these years, he began studying law seriously. He borrowed legal texts, read Blackstone's commentaries, and taught himself as he had taught himself everything else, patiently, intensely, and without ceremonial instruction. Law appealed to his mind because it joined logic, language, and human conflict. It also offered a path out of poverty that did not depend on inheritance. In 1836, he was re-elected to the legislature. That same year, he qualified for the bar. This was a decisive transformation. The rail splitter, store clerk, militiaman, postmaster, and surveyor had become a lawyer, not by family arrangement, not by university degree, by reading and persistence. He also took a public stand that revealed the moral direction of his thought, even before it defined his national career. In 1837, Lincoln and another legislator, Dan Stone, issued a protest against pro-slavery resolutions passed by the Illinois House. The document was cautious in political language and didn't embrace radical abolitionism. Lincoln remained a moderate in many ways, committed to law and wary of inflammatory methods. But the protest clearly stated that slavery was founded on both injustice and bad policy. This was important. He was not yet the Lincoln of the 1850s and 1860s, but the moral line was there. That same year, 1837, he moved permanently to Springfield. The move closed the New Salem chapter of his life. The village that had given him his first work, first political campaign, first emotional crisis of adult love, first office holding, and first true public identity would gradually decline. But for Lincoln, it remained the place where potential had first turned visible. There, he had gone from a poor, wandering young laborer to an elected legislator and aspiring lawyer. As he left, he did not leave success behind him in the sense of completed triumph. He still had debts. He still had limited polish. He was not rich, not famous, not secure, but he had crossed a threshold more important than immediate comfort. He had proven, first to others and then to himself, that his life need not remain confined to the margins into which he had been born. He had learned how ordinary people judged a man, how sorrow could undo him and yet not finish him, how public trust was earned slowly, how speech could move listeners, and how law might provide both profession and structure to a restless mind. He had begun to understand politics not only as ambition, but as the practical shaping of society. He had encountered slavery more directly and found himself morally unable to accept it as right. He had suffered failure in business and defeat in elections and still continued. The poverty of his childhood had not vanished, but it had changed form. He was no longer merely poor in money. He was rich in direction. And direction, for a young Abraham Lincoln, was the first true sign that the long road from obscurity had really begun. When Abraham Lincoln arrived in Springfield in 1837, he entered the first setting in his life that could truly hold his ambition. Up to that point, he had lived mostly in cabins, villages, temporary arrangements, or occupations that could disappear with a season, a failed partner, a flood, a death, or the closure of a store. Springfield was still a western town, not a finished eastern capital of old prestige, but it had enough structure, enough law, enough society, and enough political life to allow a man of talent to build something durable. For Lincoln, that mattered more than luxury. He did not need elegance first. He needed room. He came to Springfield poor. That fact remained constant. The movement from poverty to influence in his life was never a clean leap. It was a long, uneven climb in which almost every gain had to be secured before the next could even be imagined. He had just been admitted to the bar, but he did not arrive as a polished attorney with clients waiting. He came with reputation, intelligence, a state legislative seat, and little else. There is a famous story from this period that he was so short of money when he entered a store to buy furnishings for a room that, after learning the cost, he said he could not pay, and the shopkeeper, moved by his honesty, offered him credit. Whether every detail of the story unfolded exactly as later told, it fits the underlying truth. Lincoln was still operating close to the edge of means. His legal career began in partnership with John T. Stewart, an older and more established lawyer who had encouraged him to study law. Stewart was well connected, socially easier than Lincoln, and useful as an entry point into the professional world. The partnership gave Lincoln practical footing, but it also revealed something about how he learned. He had taught himself law from books, yet books alone could not teach the habits of a working attorney. Springfield, with its offices, courts, clerks, judges, and litigants, became his next school. Law in Illinois at that time was not confined to a single urban chamber. Much of it took place on the circuit. Lawyers traveled from county to county with judges, hearing cases, in a rotating sequence through a wide territory. The work was physically demanding. Roads were rough. Weather was uncertain. Accommodations could be plain or crowded. Days were long. But for Lincoln, the circuit became one of the great shaping institutions of his life. It widened his knowledge of people, sharpened his ability to argue before ordinary juries, and deepened his intimacy with the habits, grievances, and speech of Illinoisans. Before that fuller maturity, though, Springfield required social adjustment. Lincoln was not born into urban manners, even Western urban manners. He was tall to the point of spectacle, plainly dressed, and often careless in presentation. He could seem awkward entering a room and then dominate it once he began talking. His humour made him welcome, but his inward gravity remained. He was not a conventional rising gentleman. He had too much frontier in him for that. Yet he also had too much mind to remain merely rustic. In Springfield, he occupied a strange middle ground that eventually became one of his great strengths. He could speak to the polished and the rough alike because he belonged completely to neither. Politically, he was already a committed Whig. The Whig Party believed, broadly speaking, in economic modernization through internal improvements, banking, and developmental policy. Lincoln's attachment to these ideas was deeply personal, not merely partisan. He had grown up where roads were poor, rivers uncertain, markets distant, and labour often trapped by lack of infrastructure. The Whig vision of a country linked by commerce, law, canals, roads, and eventually railroads appealed to him as a vision of social mobility itself. He believed people could rise if the Republic gave them tools. That belief would remain at the centre of his politics. In the Illinois legislature, he continued to strengthen his standing. He was re-elected in 1838 and again in 1840, serving 4 consecutive terms in the state house. He became a significant Whig leader in Illinois, known especially for his intelligence in strategy, his practical sense, and his persuasive speaking. One of the central issues of the late 1830s in Illinois was internal improvement on a grand scale. Like many Western politicians of the period, Lincoln supported ambitious development plans. Illinois lawmakers approved extensive programs for roads, canals, and railroads. Such projects were meant to transform the young state, and in spirit, Lincoln supported them wholeheartedly. Yet this enthusiasm collided with economic reality. The Panic of 1837 and the financial troubles that followed exposed the weakness of overextended state investment and easy optimism. Illinois, like other states, found itself burdened. Lincoln's early support for broad internal improvements reflected the developmental faith of his era, but the experience also taught him caution. He was ambitious for growth, not blind forever to cost. The lesson would matter later in national politics, where vision and practicality constantly had to be balanced. Meanwhile, his legal education continued not just through books, but through work. Stuart was often absent, distracted by politics, and not always the most attentive partner. Lincoln increasingly had to develop himself through direct handling of cases and court procedures. He read carefully, prepared seriously, and built from the ground up. Unlike some lawyers whose force came from display or refinement, Lincoln's strength came from clarity. He had a mind that wanted to get to the core of a dispute. He stripped away ornament. He searched for the decisive point in a case and then held to it with stubborn simplicity. That simplicity was deceptive. It could make him seem less sophisticated than he was. In fact, he was becoming highly skilled in understanding how judges and juries think. He knew that people were rarely persuaded by complexity for its own sake. They responded to a clear story, a moral frame, and the sense that one man was trying to confuse while another was trying to illuminate. Lincoln almost always preferred to be the second man. At the same time, Springfield brought him into more complicated emotional life. Here, the most important figure was Mary Todd. She had been born into a prominent Kentucky family, well-educated, socially trained, intelligent, and politically alert. She came from a world far more cultivated than Lincoln's. She knew conversation, manners, and ambition in forms he had only partly encountered. Yet she was not merely ornamental. Mary Todd had a quick mind, strong opinions, and a real interest in politics. She recognized Lincoln's potential early, perhaps more sharply than many around him did. Their relationship, however, was not simple. It began in attraction, but attraction quickly encountered difference. Mary belonged to a social sphere in Springfield, where Lincoln was both fascinating and suspect. He was brilliant but crude by certain standards, rising but not secure, politically promising but emotionally uncertain. She was lively, opinionated, and at times impulsive. Both possessed intelligence and ambition. but they carried them in very different emotional styles. What drew them together also made their bond unstable. By the early 1840s, they were courting seriously, and for a time, there was an understanding of marriage. Then came one of the most painful episodes of Lincoln's private life. On January 1st, 1841, the marriage that had been expected did not take place. Lincoln broke the engagement, or the arrangement collapsed through a mutual crisis so severe that later accounts have differed in emphasis. What is clear is that he fell into another profound emotional breakdown. This period is essential to understanding him. The interruption of his relationship with Mary Todd was not simply embarrassment or romantic disappointment. It became a crisis of identity, duty, guilt, and despair. He feared he had wronged her. He doubted himself. Friends were alarmed. Joshua Speed, perhaps Lincoln's closest intimate male friend in early adulthood, played a crucial role during this time. Speed had already shared lodgings and deep friendship with Lincoln in Springfield. Their emotional candor with one another was unusually strong for the era, and during Lincoln's breakdown, Speed offered support, companionship, and stabilizing affection. Lincoln's melancholy during 1841 reached such depth that people close to him watched over him carefully. He spoke in ways that frightened them. Again, he passed through darkness, not as a literary temperament, but as something medically and spiritually serious. Yet he emerged, and in emerging, he seemed to gain a harder self-knowledge. He knew now that his mind could descend into despair. He also knew he could survive it. The friendship with Joshua Speed was one of the anchors of that survival. Speed came from a slaveholding Kentucky family, which created interesting tensions given Lincoln's moral discomfort with slavery. But the bond between them was real and lasting. They discussed love, anxiety, marriage, and purpose with a level of frankness that reveals much about Lincoln's need for trusted personal understanding. He was often alone internally, but not always friendless. By 1842, Lincoln and Mary Todd found their way back to one another. The road to reconciliation was uneven and not entirely documented in every emotional turn, but they married on November 4th, 1842, at the home of Mary's sister Elizabeth Edwards in Springfield. Lincoln was 33, Mary was 23. The marriage joined two ambitious, brilliant, difficult people whose life together would contain devotion, tension, pride, pain, children, grief, and public strain. Their domestic beginnings were modest. They first boarded in the Globe Tavern, a plain and crowded place where newlyweds without much money could live while establishing themselves. This detail matters because even now, after years in law and politics, Lincoln was not rich. He was climbing, yes, but the climb was real. He and Mary were not beginning married life in settled comfort. They were still constructing it. Their first son, Robert Todd Lincoln, was born in 1843. Fatherhood entered Lincoln's life at the same time that his legal career was becoming steadier. He loved children deeply and often showed more ease and tenderness with them than with adults. His affection for his sons would later become one of the softest and saddest parts of his story. But now, in the early 1840s, fatherhood also signaled rootedness. He was no longer only a self-made rising man, he was a husband and father trying to sustain a household. Professionally, he was advancing. In 1844, he formed a new law partnership with William H. Herndon, a younger man who admired him and shared many of his Whig and anti-slavery sentiments. This partnership would last until Lincoln left for the presidency. Herndon, for all his later complexities as a biographer and memory keeper, was an important witness to Lincoln's development. He saw him at work, in thought, in conversation, and in mood. The Lincoln and Herndon office in Springfield became one of the centers of Lincoln's mature professional life. By now, Lincoln was riding the 8th Judicial Circuit regularly. This experience cannot be overstated. He traveled through central Illinois, appearing in county seats, trying cases large and small, meeting farmers, merchants, widows, debtors, quarrelers, jurors, sheriffs, judges, and fellow attorneys. He lived among the rhythms of ordinary disputes, property disagreements, slander suits, debt claims, criminal matters, contract conflicts, transportation issues, and domestic sorrows translated into legal questions. From this world, he learned not only law, but humanity. He saw how vanity, greed, misunderstanding, pride, fear, and simple bad luck drove conflict. He learned when to fight and when to settle. He developed a dislike for needless litigation and often advised compromise when possible. This was not weakness. It was his growing recognition that the law was not always best used as a weapon. He once suggested that a lawyer's superior opportunity was to be a peacemaker. Such a line was not idealistic decoration. It reflected his real temperament. He could be formidable in court, but he never entirely lost sight of the human wreckage conflict leaves behind. His courtroom style became famous. He did not generally overwhelm by elegance of citation or theatrical flourish. He relied on plain speech, logic, narrative, and an almost uncanny sense of what a jury would find fair. He had humor when useful, pathos when necessary, and honesty as a strategic asset. Jurors believed him because he seldom sounded like a man trying to dazzle them. He sounded like a man trying to make sense. In a profession often burdened by complexity and manipulation, that difference gave him great power. He also possessed an extraordinary ability to cross-examine without seeming vicious. He could expose contradiction gently and then with accumulating force. He was especially good at detecting weak joints in an opponent's story. Rather than attack everything, he searched for the point where the whole structure depended on one doubtful claim. If he broke that point, the rest often collapsed. This habit would later serve him in debates of national consequence. Not every case was grand, and that too is important. Lincoln's rise did not come through one dramatic trial that made him famous overnight. It came through years of accumulated competence. He handled railroad matters, debt collections, land issues, criminal defenses, and civil disputes. He learned the business side of the law as well as the rhetorical side. He earned money slowly, not spectacularly at first, but enough to improve his family's condition. In 1844, he purchased a house in Springfield, the home in which he would live until leaving for Washington as president-elect. Owning that house marked a significant step away from the insecurity of his beginnings. Yet politics never left him. Law became his profession, but public life remained his horizon. In the mid-1840s, he sought election to Congress. The Whig Party in Illinois was organized enough that nominations required negotiation among leading men. Lincoln had to maneuver within a rotation system of sorts among regional Whigs competing for the same opportunity. He was ambitious, but not so recklessly ambitious that he would destroy his own coalition. He waited, bargained, and positioned himself. The context of national politics was changing. The annexation of Texas, the possibility of war with Mexico, the expansion of American territory. and the ever-present question of slavery's spread into new lands were making old divisions more dangerous. Lincoln still moved within conventional Whig frameworks, focused heavily on economic development and opposition to democratic power. But the nation was moving toward larger moral tests than tariffs and banks alone. In 1846, he won election to the United States House of Representatives from Illinois' 7th Congressional District. This was a major breakthrough. The poor frontier boy who had once struggled even to furnish a room was now going to the national capital as a congressman. Still, the victory must be understood correctly. It was important, but it did not instantly make him a national leader. He was one member of the 30th Congress, entering a body full of more experienced figures. Yet for Lincoln personally, it was enormous. He had moved from state politics into the federal sphere. That same year, another private sorrow entered his life. His second son, Edward Baker Lincoln, called Eddie, had been born in 1846. The presence of children brought joy, but Lincoln's household, like so many in the 19th century, lived under the constant possibility of loss. Disease remained close to family life. Though the full heartbreak of Eddie's death would come later, fatherhood already carried with it the vulnerability that would haunt Lincoln's domestic world. When he went to Washington in 1847, Lincoln saw the Capitol as both a professional stage and a national education. He was living in the city where laws for the whole Union were argued, where slavery existed visibly in the nation's capital, where sectional interests pressed against one another daily. He lodged modestly, observed carefully, and entered congressional life as a Whig loyalist under the influence of Henry Clay's broad political vision. Clay, whom Lincoln admired deeply, represented to him a model of unionist development politics and eloquent statesmanship. But the Mexican-American War soon forced Lincoln into a more exposed position. The war, begun in 1846, was popular with many Americans, especially as a national assertion and a source of possible expansion. Yet many Whigs suspected President James K. Polk had manipulated events to provoke conflict. Lincoln shared this suspicion. In Congress, he introduced a set of inquiries known informally as the Spot Resolutions, asking Polk to identify the exact spot on American soil where blood had been shed since Polk had claimed Mexico had attacked the United States on its own territory. This was constitutionally serious and morally principled in Lincoln's mind. He wanted accountability from the executive and resisted what he saw as deceptive war-making. But politically, it was dangerous. Opposing or even questioning a war while American troops were in the field could make a congressman appear unpatriotic. Lincoln's stance damaged his popularity back home. He was mocked as Spotty Lincoln by some critics. This episode shows one of his enduring traits. He was capable of taking an unpopular stand when he believed the facts and principles required it, even if the timing harmed him. At the same time, he was not an absolutist in the modern sense. He supported supplies for troops once war existed. He was trying to distinguish between criticizing the origins of war and abandoning soldiers. This nuance, however, is not always rewarded in politics, especially during conflict. His congressional service became more controversial than triumphant. He also spoke against the expansion of slavery, though in forms still shaped by moderate constitutionalism rather than radical abolitionism. He opposed the spread of the institution into territory where it did not already exist. He supported, at one point, a gradual compensated emancipation idea for the District of Columbia, tied to local consent and other conditions. Such proposals reveal both his moral unease with slavery and his legalistic incrementalism. He hated the institution, but he also thought change had to come through politically sustainable and constitutional means. Lincoln served only one term in Congress, in part because of prior party understandings, and in part because his political standing had not risen enough to justify defying them. By 1849, he returned to Springfield. It might have seemed, from one angle, like a disappointment. He had gone to Washington with ambition and come back without great distinction. He sought appointment as Commissioner of the General Land Office and did not get it. Another possibility in Oregon Territory was mentioned but held little attraction. For a moment, his political future seemed uncertain again. This return is one of the revealing pauses in his life. Great biographies often feel inevitable in hindsight, but Lincoln's did not. In 1849, he was not marching steadily upward in a straight line toward the White House. He was a former congressman, somewhat damaged politically, back in Illinois, resuming law. It would have been possible from that point for him to remain a respected state lawyer and former politician of no further national consequence. Instead, he deepened. His legal practice grew stronger than ever in the 1850s. He became one of the leading attorneys in Illinois, especially in cases involving transportation, corporations, and railroads, along with many ordinary civil matters. His mind matured, his speaking sharpened, his judgment broadened. The apparent pause in politics was actually a period of formation, during which he became more formidable than he had ever been before. His marriage during these years remained real but complex. Mary Lincoln admired his political promise and often encouraged it, but she also had emotional volatility, social sensitivities, and periods of deep strain. Lincoln himself could be absent-minded, withdrawn, and consumed by work or thought. Their household contained affection, family playfulness, and intellectual partnership, but it was not simple domestic serenity. They had more sons. William Wallace Lincoln, called Willie, born in 1850, and Thomas, called Tad, born in 1853. Lincoln adored his boys, often indulging them in ways that others found excessive. Children brightened him. In their company, he could become unguardedly tender and amused. Yet sorrow shadowed joy. In 1850, Eddie died, not yet 4 years old, likely of tuberculosis or a related illness. The death wounded both parents deeply. Lincoln, who already carried an inward tendency toward melancholy, was pierced again by loss. The death of a child differs from public defeat or romantic grief. It enters the center of the household and changes the atmosphere of love itself. The house remained, the marriage remained, the work remained, but something irreplaceable had gone. This accumulation of sorrow, work, love, law, and intermittent politics was shaping the man who would later confront the nation's greatest crisis. He was not being formed only by ideas. He was being formed by grief endured without collapse, by years spent listening to ordinary people, by arguments in court where fact had to be separated from performance, by marriage to a woman who challenged as well as admired him, by parenthood, by financial responsibility, and by repeated experiences of ambition frustrated but not extinguished. By the early 1850s, he was in his 40s. He was taller in reputation now than in novelty. He was no longer simply the remarkable, self-made young lawyer from the frontier. He was an established Illinois attorney, a known Whig, a former congressman, a man of seriousness and humor in equal measure, and one whose future was not yet clear. The Whig Party itself was weakening under the strain of sectional divisions. The nation's old political arrangements were beginning to crack. Questions long postponed were coming back sharper, darker, and less manageable than before. Lincoln did not yet know that the central issue of his life was about to force its way to the front. He had long opposed slavery morally. He had seen it, thought about it, and spoken against its injustice in measured ways. But the events that would transform him from a capable Western lawyer into a national political force had not yet fully arrived. They were approaching through the gathering storms of expansion, sectional rivalry, and the fate of the Western territories. For now, he stood in Springfield as a man made but not yet finished. The boy from the cabin had become a lawyer, legislator, husband, father, and former congressman. He had climbed out of poverty, but not out of difficulty. He had earned standing, but not supremacy. He had found his profession, but not yet his moment. That moment was coming, and when it came, it would demand from him not merely ambition or intelligence, but the full weight of everything he had been becoming since the beginning. The 1850s began for Abraham Lincoln in a period that might have looked from the outside almost settled. He was living in Springfield, practicing law with increasing success, raising a family, and carrying the public reputation of a capable former congressman whose most active national prospects seemed to have cooled. He was not an obscure man, but neither was he yet a central one. In another life, under another set of national conditions, he might have remained what he already was becoming. One of the most respected lawyers in Illinois, a man of good sense, strong character, and occasional political importance. But the United States would not permit such a moderate destiny to him. The country was moving toward a moral and constitutional collision, and Lincoln, who had spent years thinking about slavery without making it the sole organizing center of his public identity, would be drawn back into politics by the force of the issue itself. In those years, his legal career was flourishing. He rode the circuit, handled cases of many kinds, and built a reputation not just for skill, but for fairness. Fellow attorneys and judges repeatedly noticed the same qualities in him. He prepared thoroughly. He listened carefully. He did not clutter an argument with unnecessary display. He could see the vital point in a case and move toward it with patient certainty. He represented railroads and individuals, merchants and ordinary citizens, plaintiffs and defendants. The law exposed him to the changing economy of the Midwest. Illinois was becoming more connected, more commercial, more modern. Roads improved, railroads expanded, towns grew, and disputes grew more complex with them. Lincoln was not standing outside development. He was working inside it, helping define the legal patterns of a rapidly changing Western state. This mattered politically too. The old America of isolated frontier pockets was giving way to a more integrated national market. Questions of labor, mobility, land, and opportunity were changing form. Lincoln's long attachment to economic improvement remained strong. He still believed in a society where effort and talent could rise. But as the decade advanced, one issue kept returning to poison every arrangement and every compromise: whether slavery would remain contained or spread further across the territories. For a time, the Compromise of 1850 seemed to many Americans like another successful patch over the country's growing fractures. The package of measures admitted California as a free state, organized the territories of Utah and New Mexico under popular sovereignty, settled boundary questions involving Texas, and abolished the slave trade, though not slavery itself, in the District of Columbia. But it also included a harsher Fugitive Slave Act. That law offended many in the North because it strengthened the federal government's obligation to return escaped slaves and implicated ordinary citizens and local authorities in the maintenance of the slave system. Even Northerners who were not abolitionists could feel the humiliation of being drawn into enforcement for an institution they did not control. Lincoln watched these developments with concern, but he did not yet rush dramatically back to center stage. He remained a Whig, though the Whig Party itself was weakening badly. The party had long tried to hold together members from both North and South through economic issues and constitutional caution. But slavery's expansion was becoming too destabilizing. The old formulas of compromise still existed, but faith in them was fraying. Lincoln was too observant not to see this. He had always disliked slavery morally, yet he also believed in law, union, and political practicality. He was not a revolutionary. He did not believe shouting louder than everyone else was a substitute for governing. What the nation increasingly lacked, however, was a space in which men of moderation could remain moderate without seeming cowardly or complicit. Then came the event that truly reawakened his political life: the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. Proposed by Senator Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois, the act organized the territories of Kansas and Nebraska and, crucially, repealed the Missouri Compromise line of 1820 in practice by allowing settlers through popular sovereignty to decide whether slavery would be permitted there. The Missouri Compromise had barred slavery north of a certain latitude in the Louisiana Purchase lands, and for decades that settlement had been one of the chief boundaries keeping sectional conflict in partial check. Douglas's measure did not merely create a new territorial arrangement. It reopened the entire question of slavery's expansion into lands long thought protected from it. To Lincoln, this was not a routine legislative adjustment. It was a moral and political disaster. He had lived for years with the understanding that slavery, though terrible, was at least placed by the founders and subsequent statesmen on a course toward ultimate restriction. Now Douglas was nationalizing uncertainty and giving slavery a chance to move where it had been barred. Worse still, Douglas presented the plan in the language of democratic self-government, as though letting settlers choose whether to enslave others was simply an expression of liberty. Lincoln saw the inversion clearly. A principle meant to honor freedom was being used to justify the possible extension of bondage. His response was one of the great turning points of his life. He re-entered politics with intensity, not because he had suddenly discovered slavery, but because the political system had now made slavery's future the central question. He began speaking publicly against the Kansas-Nebraska Act in a series of addresses that revealed how much his mind had matured since his congressional term. He was no longer simply the ambitious Whig lawyer who favored internal improvements and distrusted democratic executive power. He was becoming the most formidable moral political critic of slavery's expansion in the West. One of his most important speeches of this period came at Peoria in October 1854. In it, Lincoln laid out a powerful case against the act and against the logic behind it. He argued historically, morally, politically, and constitutionally. He acknowledged the legal protections slavery already possessed under the Constitution where it existed, but he rejected the notion that Americans should treat it as morally neutral. He insisted that the Declaration of Independence, with its claim that all men are created equal, set a moral standard that slavery violated. He did not claim that the nation had ever perfectly lived that principle. Instead, he treated the Declaration as a beacon, a guiding truth meant to shape the Republic's direction, even when reality lagged behind it. This was one of Lincoln's great gifts. He knew how to hold together moral aspiration and political realism without surrendering either entirely. He did not speak like a radical abolitionist demanding immediate universal transformation by sheer denunciation. Nor did he speak like a cold constitutional technician pretending moral questions were irrelevant. He worked in the difficult space between. He believed slavery was wrong, that the nation's founders had expected and hoped for its eventual disappearance, and that the federal government had both the right and the duty to stop its spread into the territories. His anger at the Kansas-Nebraska Act was real. Beneath his measured language, there was rising moral force. He could see that if slavery were allowed to expand under the banner of democratic choice, then the old idea of containing it as a local evil would collapse. The institution would gain legitimacy rather than lose it. It would no longer stand merely as an inherited problem tolerated where already entrenched. It would become something the nation might actively carry westward. The political effects were immediate and explosive. The old party system began to break apart more rapidly. Anti-Nebraska coalitions formed across the North, drawing together former Whigs, Free Soilers, anti-slavery Democrats, and others alarmed by Douglas's legislation. Out of this ferment, the Republican Party emerged. Lincoln did not become a Republican in a single theatrical gesture, but his movement in that direction was unmistakable. The Whig Party, to which he had given so much of his loyalty, was dying because it could no longer contain the sectional crisis. Lincoln, who cared deeply about party loyalty when party still served principle, now had to adapt to political reality. At first, his own ambitions met another setback. In 1855, the Illinois legislature chose a US senator, since senators were still elected by state legislatures, rather than by direct popular vote. Lincoln sought the seat. He attracted significant support among anti-Nebraska legislators, but could not secure a majority. Rather than permit the election of a Democrat more favorable to Douglas's position, he eventually shifted support to Lyman Trumbull, an anti-Nebraska Democrat, helping block the pro-Nebraska candidate. It was a painful sacrifice. Lincoln wanted the office. He had come close, but he placed the larger anti-slavery cause ahead of his immediate advancement. This too marked his political maturity. He was ambitious, deeply ambitious, but not so narrow in ambition that he would burn the cause for the prize. The same years brought increasing violence to the issue itself. Bleeding Kansas became the phrase for the territorial struggle as pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, fraud, intimidation, and outright bloodshed turned the territory into a grim preview of national conflict, popular sovereignty. Douglas's elegant formula was collapsing into rifles, arson, and contested governments. Lincoln's warnings were being vindicated by events. The idea that one could peacefully let communities vote slavery up or down as a neutral local matter ignored the national passions and organized forces involved. Slavery was not an ordinary policy preference. It was a system of human domination, and men were willing to kill over it. Then, in 1856, another political realignment accelerated. The Republican Party held its first national convention and nominated John C. Fremont for president. Lincoln, now firmly identified with the new anti-slavery coalition in Illinois, campaigned actively for the Republican cause. He was not yet the party's national leader, but he was becoming one of its most persuasive Western voices. He gave speeches across Illinois and beyond, building a reputation as a speaker of unusual force. He was especially valuable because he did not appear as a sectional extremist in the mold Southern leaders most feared. He was moderate in manner, grounded in law, reverent toward the founders, deeply attached to the Union, and yet increasingly unyielding on the expansion of slavery. This combination made him powerful. He could attract not only committed anti-slavery activists, but also cautious voters, uneasy with radicalism, yet disturbed by the South's growing demands. He did not ask them to become abolitionist saints overnight. He asked them to stand against the extension of an acknowledged wrong. He framed the issue in terms accessible to the Northern conscience. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. Yet he also understood that politics required steps, coalitions, and timing. The election of 1856 brought James Buchanan, a Democrat, to the presidency, but the Republicans emerged as a serious national force. The Whigs were effectively gone as a presidential party. The future would be fought between Democrats and Republicans, and Lincoln was now plainly a Republican leader in Illinois. Then came the Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision in 1857, and once again the nation's crisis deepened. Dred Scott, an enslaved man who had sued for freedom after living in free territory, became the center of a sweeping decision written by Chief Justice Roger B. Taney. The court ruled that black people, whether enslaved or free, could not be citizens of the United States, as the Constitution used that term, and that Congress lacked authority to prohibit slavery in the territories. This was a staggering judgment. It not only denied Scott's claim, it threatened to nationalize slavery's constitutional protections more broadly and to strip Congress of a major tool for restricting the institution's spread. Lincoln was appalled. He responded with care and force. He did not encourage lawlessness or casual contempt for courts. He understood the danger of destroying respect for judicial authority. But he also insisted that Supreme Court decisions, while binding on the parties, in a case, were not necessarily permanent political rules for the whole people. If mistaken, and if the people, through lawful politics, sought their reversal. This was a subtle but crucial constitutional position. Lincoln refused both extremes. Neither blind surrender to the decision as untouchable political doctrine, nor reckless repudiation of the judiciary itself. In speeches after Dred Scott, he attacked the logic of the ruling and defended the Declaration of Independence against narrow racialized interpretations. He argued that when the Declaration said all men are created equal, it did not mean all were equal in every capacity or in social arrangements as white Americans of his day understood them. Rather, it meant that all possessed a basic right not to be ruled without consent, not to be treated as mere property. Lincoln's language here must be understood in historical context. He did not hold modern views of racial equality in every social sense, and he shared some assumptions and limits of his era. But compared with the dominant white politics of his time, his moral insistence on black humanity and natural rights was profound and consequential. He refused to let the founding principle be reduced into a racial document meant only for white men. At the same time, Stephen Douglas continued defending popular sovereignty. He tried to maintain a middle path in which local self-government, not national moral judgment, would decide slavery's fate in the territories. Douglas was a formidable politician, energetic, confident, compact where Lincoln was tall, polished where Lincoln was awkward, and famous nationwide. He prized democratic process and Western development. Yet on the slavery question, Lincoln came to believe Douglas's doctrine was morally hollow. It asked the nation to stop caring whether some men enslaved others, so long as the matter was decided by vote. To Lincoln, that was not neutrality. It was indifference to injustice, dressed as procedural fairness. Their rivalry intensified, and in 1858, Lincoln accepted the Republican nomination for U.S. Senator from Illinois. At the state Republican convention in Springfield, he delivered one of the most famous speeches in American political history, the House Divided speech. Drawing from the language of Scripture, he declared that a house divided against itself cannot stand. He said he did not expect the Union to dissolve, nor the house to fall, but he expected it would cease to be divided. It would become all one thing or all the other. This was not a prophecy of immediate civil war in the simplistic sense, nor a demand that slavery be abolished at once everywhere. It was an argument that the nation could not indefinitely maintain a permanent equilibrium between freedom and slavery, while new legal and political moves kept pressing toward nationalizing the institution. He linked Douglas's policy and the Dred Scott decision as parts of a broader pattern threatening to make slavery lawful in all the states. Critics called the speech too radical, too alarming. Some allies worried it would hurt him politically. But it showed Lincoln's willingness at key moments to speak with stark clarity when he believed evasion had become dangerous. The campaign that followed produced the Lincoln-Douglas debates, among the most consequential political contests in American history. There were 7 formal debates across Illinois in 1858 at Ottawa, Freeport, Jonesboro, Charleston, Galesburg, Quincy, and Alton. The format itself was remarkable by modern standards. One man would speak for an hour, the other for an hour and a half, and then the first would reply for 30 minutes. Crowds gathered in large numbers. Newspapers carried the arguments far beyond Illinois. Though the immediate prize was a Senate seat chosen by the legislature, the true audience became national. Douglas entered the debates as the more famous figure. He was known as the Little Giant, a dominant Democratic leader with a national following. Lincoln entered as his challenger, respected, but not yet nationally celebrated. Over the course of the debates, however, Lincoln transformed his standing. He showed himself equal and in moral seriousness superior to Douglas in the argument over the Republic's future. The central issue was slavery's expansion and the meaning of self-government. Lincoln repeatedly argued that slavery was wrong and should be placed in the course of ultimate extinction by confining it. He did not advocate immediate abolition in the states where it already existed, because he believed the Constitution protected it there and because he knew politically such a position would destroy his coalition. But he insisted that Americans could not honestly treat slavery as a morally indifferent matter. Douglas, by contrast, urged that each territory should decide for itself. He accused Lincoln and the Republicans of stirring sectional conflict and threatening white social order. In these debates, Lincoln also had to answer charges of supporting full social and political equality between black and white Americans. Charges Douglas used to inflame racial prejudice among Illinois voters. Lincoln's responses were constrained by the racist political environment in which he operated. At times, he denied supporting certain forms of racial equality, including voting, office holding, jury service, and interracial marriage. These statements trouble modern readers, and they should. They reflected both political calculation and the racial limits of Lincoln's own time and thought. Yet even within those constraints, he held firmly to the proposition that black people were entitled to the natural rights named in the Declaration: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He would not surrender that core. One of the most important moments came at Freeport, where Lincoln pressed Douglas on how popular sovereignty could survive the Dred Scott decision if the court had already ruled that Congress could not bar slavery from the territories. Douglas answered with what became known as the Freeport Doctrine, that despite Dred Scott, slavery could not exist in practice unless local authorities enacted and maintained laws supporting it. So territorial settlers could effectively exclude slavery by withholding such legislation. This answer helped Douglas hold support in Illinois, where many voters disliked slavery, but it damaged him in the South, where pro-slavery Democrats saw it as insufficiently protective of their rights. Lincoln lost the Senate race in the legislative arithmetic that followed, but he won something larger. He had exposed the instability of Douglas's position before the nation. That loss in 1858 was one of the most fruitful defeats in American political history. Lincoln did not become senator, but the debates made him a national Republican figure. Newspapers printed his words. Eastern audiences took notice. He was no longer merely an Illinois politician. He was now one of the clearest voices in the country on the central issue dividing it. The years between the debates and the presidential campaign of 1860 further elevated him. In 1859 and early 1860, he gave important speeches outside Illinois, including the address at Cooper Union in New York in February 1860. That speech was a masterpiece of disciplined argument. Lincoln carefully examined the views and votes of the founders, showing that many of them had supported federal restriction of slavery in the territories. He demolished the Southern claim that Republicans were revolutionaries violating the original constitutional understanding. Instead, he showed that Republican opposition to slavery's expansion was far closer to the founders' actual position than the Democrats' increasingly expansive pro-slavery doctrine. What made Cooper Union so impressive was not only its content, but its method. Lincoln did not thunder vaguely. He reasoned meticulously. He used history, evidence, and constitutional analysis to show that Republicans stood on conservative ground, in the true sense, preserving the founders' policy of restriction. Then, having established this, he closed with moral firmness. Right makes might, he declared, calling on Republicans to do their duty as they understood it. The speech astonished Eastern audiences. Many had expected a rough Western speaker. Instead, they encountered a man of formidable intellect, careful preparation, and deep conviction. His appearance in New York was still unusual enough that some noted his ill-fitting clothes and awkward manner. But once he spoke, the awkwardness changed meaning. It became part of his authenticity. He did not look manufactured, he looked self-made. That mattered in a republic where common origins still carried power, especially when joined to undeniable intellect. By 1860, the Republican Party needed a presidential nominee. William H. Seward of New York was the leading figure, better known nationally and long associated with anti-slavery politics. Salmon P. Chase and Edward Bates were also in contention. Lincoln was not the obvious favorite, but he had several advantages. He was less divisive than Seward, more moderate in image, and from the critical West. He had a compelling life story, a powerful record in the debates, and a growing reputation for political intelligence. His supporters worked skillfully, presenting him as acceptable to multiple factions within the party. At the Republican National Convention in Chicago in May 1860, Lincoln was the second choice of many delegates, and in a convention setting that could be decisive. Seward led on the first ballot, but lacked enough breadth to secure nomination. Lincoln gained steadily. On the third ballot, he won. The moment marked one of the most dramatic rises in political history. A man born in poverty in a Kentucky cabin, who had spent much of his youth splitting rails, reading borrowed books, and struggling through self-education, was now the presidential nominee of a major national party. The nomination was not simply a triumph of biography, though biography mattered. It was a triumph of years of growth meeting a national need. Lincoln represented a kind of moral firmness without revolutionary wildness, a constitutional anti-slavery politics without surrender, a Western self-made credibility, and a unionist seriousness many Republicans believed could carry the North without pushing the border states instantly into revolt. The general election of 1860 unfolded in a fractured political landscape. The Democratic Party split. Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas. Southern Democrats nominated John C. Breckinridge. A fourth party, the Constitutional Union Party, nominated John Bell, hoping to preserve the Union by downplaying slavery altogether. Lincoln did not campaign in the modern sense by traveling extensively and speaking on his own behalf. Candidates of the era generally stayed home while supporters campaigned for them. He remained in Springfield, receiving visitors, writing letters, and watching events develop. His platform opposed the expansion of slavery into the territories, but did not call for immediate abolition where it already existed. Republicans also supported measures such as a protective tariff, internal improvements, and homestead legislation. But slavery dominated everything. To Southern secessionists, Lincoln's election represented a threat, even though he had not proposed direct federal interference with slavery in the states. They understood, correctly, that his victory would place the federal government in the hands of a party founded on opposition to slavery's spread. To men committed to the future expansion and national legitimacy of slavery, that was intolerable. Lincoln won the election in November 1860 with a strong electoral college majority, but less than 40% of the popular vote in a four-way race. He carried the free states that mattered and won the presidency without carrying a single slave state. The sectional pattern was stark. The Union had chosen him, but the South had largely rejected him. Before he could even take office, the storm broke. South Carolina seceded in December 1860. Other Deep South states followed. The Confederacy began to form. Lincoln, still president-elect, remained in Springfield through the winter, facing the terrible reality that he had been chosen to lead a nation already coming apart. The long argument over slavery's expansion, compromise, and constitutional meaning was no longer only a matter of speeches and elections. It was becoming a crisis of union, sovereignty, and war. And so the man who had spent the decade fighting to prevent the spread of slavery now stood on the threshold of an even greater ordeal. He had risen from poverty to national leadership, but the prize was not peace. It was the presidency of a republic on the verge of breaking in two. Abraham Lincoln won the presidency in November of 1860, but the victory did not feel like a rival. It felt like standing on a wooden platform while the structure beneath it cracked. He had climbed from poverty into the highest office in the land. Yet before he could place his hand on the Bible and swear the oath, the nation he had been chosen to lead was already breaking apart. South Carolina seceded on December 20th, 1860. Mississippi followed, then Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These were not rumors, not newspaper exaggerations, not temporary local disturbances. State conventions met, voted, and declared themselves out of the Union. Federal forts, arsenals, and property lay scattered across territory, now claimed by men who insisted they had left the United States. The old political crisis was becoming a constitutional and military one. Lincoln remained in Springfield during the months between election and inauguration, as was expected for a president-elect of the time. He did not campaign across the country. He did not hold public rallies. He received visitors, answered letters, gave careful statements, and prepared to leave the home where he had lived for years. Yet inwardly and politically, these were some of the most intense months of his life. Every word mattered. Every silence mattered too. Northern Republicans expected firmness. Border state Unionists hoped for reassurance. Secessionists searched his language for threat or weakness. He hadn't yet assumed power, but the nation was already testing the shape of his mind. The central problem before him was almost impossible. He had been elected on a platform that opposed the expansion of slavery, but he had not promised immediate interference with slavery where it already existed. Southern secessionists, however, did not wait for direct action. Many of them had long concluded that any Republican administration was intolerable because it would halt slavery's growth and thus place the institution on a path of political containment, perhaps eventually extinction. They did not need Lincoln to abolish slavery at once. It was enough that he represented a party founded on the principle that slavery should spread no further. In the North, many people still hoped compromise might avert disaster. There were last-minute proposals in Congress, including constitutional amendments and territorial arrangements meant to reassure the South. The most famous of these efforts was the Crittenden Compromise, which would have protected slavery south of the old Missouri Compromise line in future territories. Lincoln would not accept it. This refusal was one of the most important decisions of the transition. Had he agreed, he would have surrendered the core principle on which Republicans had won the election. He understood that there is a kind of compromise which is not peace, but surrender disguised as prudence. To allow the extension of slavery into territories for the sake of immediate quiet would not solve the deeper crisis. It would reward secessionist pressure and break the moral and political logic of his own election. Yet firmness did not mean recklessness. Lincoln's letters during this period show him trying to hold a narrow line. He would not permit expansion of slavery, but he also wanted to avoid provocations that might drive the Upper South out of the Union before he even took office. He understood the crucial importance of states like Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Maryland. If the conflict hardened too soon and too absolutely, the Union could lose far more than the Deep South. So he spoke carefully. He reaffirmed that he had no lawful right or intention to interfere directly with slavery in the states where it existed. He emphasized that he sought only to preserve the Union and execute the laws. Still, events moved faster than words. In February 1861, the seceded states formed the Confederate States of America, first with Montgomery, Alabama, as its capital, and selected Jefferson Davis as provisional president. A rival government now openly claimed to exist on American soil. The question no longer hung only on theories of state sovereignty or sectional grievance. Two authorities were forming, each asserting legitimacy. One had been chosen by the constitutional election system of the United States. The other had been declared by seceding states determined to build a slave-holding republic. As Lincoln prepared to travel to Washington, there were real fears for his safety. The country was angry, frightened, and full of rumor. Detectives and political allies warned of assassination threats, especially during the passage through Baltimore, a city with strong Southern sympathies and strategic importance, because Maryland surrounded the capital. Lincoln's journey east became a national drama. He made a series of stops, delivering speeches that mixed humility, patriotism, and unease. These addresses matter because they reveal a man not yet transformed into the wartime president of later memory, but already carrying the burden of history approaching him at speed. When he left Springfield on February 11th, 1861, he spoke to friends and neighbors in one of the most emotional farewells of his life. He reminded them that he had lived there for a quarter of a century, that his children had been born there, and that one child was buried there. His voice carried the weight of ordinary attachments now threatened by extraordinary duty. He said he faced a task greater than that which had rested upon George Washington, unless the same divine assistance that guided Washington supported him too. It was not empty rhetoric. Lincoln was fully aware of the scale of what lay ahead. He was not entering office in triumph, but in peril. The trip east was part ceremony, part political theatre, and part security nightmare. Crowds gathered, bands played, and dignitaries welcomed him. But behind the scenes, there was increasing alarm over possible plots. Eventually, at the urging of advisors and detectives, Lincoln altered the public schedule and passed secretly through Baltimore at night to reduce the risk of attack. Some critics mocked the decision, saying he had sneaked into Washington in disguise. But the underlying reality was serious. The president-elect of the United States had reason to fear murder before he had even taken office. That fact alone reveals how far the Republic had already fallen from normal political life. He arrived in Washington on February 23rd, 1861, entering a capital city tense with uncertainty. The city itself was vulnerable. It sat between north and south, dependent on routes running through Maryland, and full of rumor, intrigue, soldiers, politicians, office seekers, and watchers from foreign governments. Some believed the capital might be seized. Some believed the inauguration would never happen. Lincoln came into this atmosphere as a man many Eastern elites still underestimated. He lacked the refined polish of certain statesmen. He looked provincial to some. His face was lined, his body awkward, his clothes not always elegant. But the crisis had a way of burning away superficial judgments. The question was no longer whether he looked presidential. The question was whether he could hold a republic together. On March 4th, 1861, he took the oath of office as the 16th President of the United States. Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, author of the Dred Scott decision Lincoln so despised, administered the oath. The symbolism was powerful. The new president, elected on a platform opposing slavery's expansion, swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution from the hands of the very Chief Justice whose ruling had tried to nationalize slavery's constitutional claims. Lincoln's first inaugural address then set forth his position with deliberate care. In that speech, he tried to combine reassurance and firmness. He stated plainly that he had no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with slavery in the states where it existed, and he said he believed he had no lawful right to do so. This was not surrender, but constitutional statement. He was speaking as president of all the states, including those in rebellion, and he wanted to remove every false pretext that he meant immediate abolition by executive force. At the same time, he denied that secession was legal. The Union, he argued, was perpetual in the sense that no government ever provided in its organic law for its own destruction by a subset of its members. Acts of secession were therefore legally void. The Union was older than the Constitution, older than the states in their current relation, and could not be dissolved by unilateral action. He also promised to hold, occupy, and possess federal property and collect duties and imposts. But beyond what was necessary for those tasks, he said there would be no invasion or use of force. He appealed to reason, memory, and common feeling. The closing lines were among the greatest in American oratory. He did not call the seceded states enemies, but friends. He invoked the better angels of our nature. The speech did not resolve the crisis. Nothing could have done that by words alone, but it showed Lincoln's deepest instinct as president from the beginning. Hold legal principle firmly, avoid unnecessary aggression, and leave every honorable door open for peace if peace remained possible. Peace did not remain possible for long. The immediate problem focused on federal installations in the seceded states, especially Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. Major Robert Anderson commanded the fort with a small Union garrison. Isolated and undersupplied, it stood as a test of sovereignty. If Lincoln abandoned it, the Confederacy would gain a bloodless victory, and the federal government would seem to admit that secession had succeeded in practice. If he tried to reinforce it by force, open conflict might begin, and wavering Upper South states might join the Confederacy. Lincoln spent weeks weighing the question. His cabinet was divided. Some favored evacuation, others urged firmness. The facts were harsh. The fort needed provisions. Reinforcement would be difficult. The Confederates were watching every move. Lincoln chose a narrow course again, one that tried to place responsibility for war on those who would begin it. He informed South Carolina authorities that he was sending food, not men or ammunition, unless the expedition were resisted. It was a calculated move. He would attempt to sustain federal property in a non-aggressive form. If the Confederates fired, they would be the ones to begin hostilities. They did. On April 12, 1861, Confederate batteries opened fire on Fort Sumter. For 34 hours, the bombardment continued. Anderson eventually surrendered. No one was killed in the bombardment itself, though deaths followed in the surrender ceremony. Symbolically and politically, however, the result was immense. The war had begun. The Confederacy had fired on the flag of the United States. This transformed Northern opinion. Ambiguity narrowed. Men who had tolerated compromise or uncertainty now rallied to the Union cause. Lincoln immediately called for 75,000 militia to suppress the rebellion. That call, in turn, pushed the Upper South into decision. Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina seceded after Lincoln's requisition of troops. They would not, many of their leaders said, provide soldiers to coerce sister Southern states. The map of the conflict changed dramatically. Virginia, in particular, was a colossal loss to the Union in military and symbolic terms, for it was populous, strategically vital, and home to much of the old national political class. The Confederate capital soon moved to Richmond. War would now be fought on a scale neither side yet fully grasped. At the same time, some slave states did not secede. Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware remained in the Union, though each contained deep internal division. Preserving these border states became one of Lincoln's highest priorities. He understood that losing them would be catastrophic. Maryland's secession could isolate Washington. Kentucky's loss would open the heart of the West. Missouri controlled access to the Mississippi Valley. Lincoln's political and military decisions throughout 1861 cannot be understood without seeing this constant pressure. He had to fight rebellion without driving the border states away. His handling of Maryland was especially controversial and revealing. With riots and sabotage threatening troop movement through Baltimore, Lincoln authorized extraordinary measures, including the suspension of habeas corpus along certain military lines and the arrest of some suspected secessionists. Chief Justice Taney protested in ex parte Merryman that only Congress had such power, but Lincoln defended his actions as necessary to save the government itself. His reasoning was stark. Was he to allow all the laws but one to go unexecuted and the government itself to fall lest that one law be violated? This was classic Lincoln in crisis. He did not dismiss constitutional scruples lightly, but he refused to let legal forms become instruments of national suicide. These early emergency acts remained debated, and rightly so. They raised serious questions about executive power, civil liberties, and wartime necessity. Yet, to understand Lincoln's choices, one must remember the actual danger. The capital was vulnerable. Rail lines were threatened. Loyal authority in Maryland was fragile. He believed the rebellion aimed not merely at local autonomy, but at the destruction of constitutional government. In that context, he acted with a mixture of restraint and severity, always thinking not only of abstract principle, but of practical survival. The summer of 1861 brought the first great test of arms. Northern public opinion, still imagining a shorter conflict than reality would allow, pressed for action. Politicians, newspapers, and citizens wanted a visible blow against the Confederacy. Lincoln himself hoped for military success that might demonstrate the rebellion's weakness. Under these pressures, Union forces advanced into Northern Virginia. On July 21, 1861, they met Confederate troops near Manassas Junction at the First Battle of Bull Run, or First Manassas, as Southerners called it. The result was a Union defeat. At first, some Union attacks went well, but Confederate resistance stiffened, reinforcements arrived, and the battle turned. The retreat of Union forces toward Washington became chaotic. Civilians who had come out almost as spectators fled in panic alongside soldiers. The illusion of a 90-day war died hard on that field. The Confederacy had shown it could fight. The Union had shown that enthusiasm was no substitute for training, discipline, and command. Lincoln received the news soberly. He had hoped for victory certainly, but he was not shattered into paralysis. One of his strengths in war was his capacity to absorb bad news without surrendering to it. He could sink into melancholy, yes, but when responsibility demanded movement, he moved. After Bull Run, he recognized more fully that the war would be long and that the Union would need vast armies, stronger administration, and better generals. He also saw that his own role as commander-in-chief would be much larger than many 19th century presidents had imagined. The Constitution gave civilian leadership authority over the military, but war on this scale required not passive oversight, but constant judgment. Lincoln, who had never been a professional soldier and whose only military experience was militia service in the Black Hawk War, now had to learn war while waging it. He began studying military books, maps, and reports. He spent time at the War Department telegraph office, following dispatches closely. He asked questions others thought naive, but often the questions were penetrating because they were not trapped inside military habit. He wanted to know what the objective was, what roads and rivers mattered, what forces could move, where, and why. Certain commanders moved slowly. He approached war as he had approached law, by trying to understand the essential point beneath complexity. He was not initially an expert, but he was teachable, persistent, and increasingly sharp in strategic thinking. At the same time, he had to build a functioning administration. His cabinet contained strong personalities, some of whom had considered themselves better qualified for the presidency than he was. William H. Seward became Secretary of State, Salmon P. Chase Secretary of the Treasury, Simon Cameron Secretary of War, before being replaced by Edwin M. Stanton, Gideon Welles Secretary of the Navy, Edward Bates Attorney General, and others. Managing them required immense political skill. They were not mere subordinates in temperament. Several had their own followings, egos, and agendas. Some underestimated Lincoln at first. Seward especially may have imagined that the new president would depend heavily on him. But Lincoln, while willing to hear all sides, gradually established unmistakable control. He was not domineering in style, but he was decisive where it counted. He listened more than many leaders, and precisely because he listened, people sometimes mistook him for weaker than he was. His family life in Washington unfolded inside this storm. Mary Lincoln entered the White House with high expectations and real pride, but also with vulnerabilities that the capital's social and political cruelty would intensify. She was criticized for her spending, mocked for her Western background by some Eastern observers despite her Kentucky upbringing and education, and later tormented by grief and suspicion. Lincoln's boys, Willie and Tad, brought life and chaos into the executive mansion. Their presence softened the house, which otherwise might have become unbearable under the pressure of war. Lincoln often relaxed in their company, playing with them and tolerating freedoms others found excessive. He needed the relief they gave him. Yet even in these first months, the presidency was changing him. The burdens were visible in his face. Office in calmer times can age a man. Office in civil war can hollow him. He was receiving casualty reports, political attacks, military disappointments, demands from every faction, pleas from families, threats to the capital, and the knowledge that every decision would be judged by whether the Republic survived. He had wanted to stop the spread of slavery and preserve the Union. He now had to save the Union by force of arms, while deciding, in real time, what the war itself would mean. That meaning was not settled in 1861. Officially, the war began as a struggle to preserve the Union, not immediately to destroy slavery. This was both politically necessary and genuinely important to Lincoln. He revered the Union not just as territory or power, but as the last best hope of self-government. If a lawful election could be overturned by secession whenever one side disliked the result, then Republican government itself stood disgraced before the world. But even as he fought for union, Lincoln understood that slavery and secession were bound together. The rebellion had not arisen over tariffs or abstract local pride. It had arisen because a slaveholding elite refused to accept restriction of slavery's expansion and feared the long-term consequences of Republican victory. The first year of war therefore became for Lincoln a year of grim education. He entered office hoping perhaps at the edge of possibility that firmness combined with restraint might contain the rebellion or bring the South back before full-scale devastation. Fort Sumter ended that hope. Bull Run ended any fantasy of an easy campaign. Border state politics taught him how narrow every path was. Military inexperience taught him how much he must learn. Cabinet management taught him how much authority he must quietly but firmly assert. Most of all, 1861 taught him that the presidency in such a crisis was not only a constitutional office, it was a furnace. It would test every part of him: his patience, his humor, his sorrow, his legal mind, his moral conviction, his stamina, and his capacity to act without certainty. The poor boy from Kentucky had risen to the presidency, but the presidency he inherited was no reward for ambition. It was the heaviest burden in the Republic, and now war had made it heavier still. By the beginning of 1862, Abraham Lincoln had been president for less than a year, yet the office had already stripped away any illusion that the rebellion could be put down by a brief display of force. The war was no longer a shock, it was a condition. Casualties had become real rather than hypothetical. Military reports had become a daily burden, and every decision seemed to carry both immediate and historical consequence. Lincoln was still learning the mechanics of war, still wrestling with generals, still trying to hold together Republicans, war Democrats, border state Unionists, and ordinary northern citizens whose patience was uneven and whose grief was rising. But another question was now pressing harder into the center of policy. What should be done about slavery itself? At the start of the conflict, Lincoln had moved carefully, almost painfully carefully, around that issue. He knew slavery was the root of the rebellion, but he also knew that if he made the war appear from the outset to be a crusade for abolition, he risked losing critical loyalty in Kentucky, Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware, not to mention among large numbers of Northern Democrats who would fight for the Union, but not necessarily for black freedom. He was trying to save a country before he transformed it. Yet war has its own logic, and slavery was not a passive institution waiting in the background while armies maneuvered. It was helping the Confederacy live. Enslaved labor built fortifications, produced food, supported logistics, and sustained the economic order that rebellion depended on. At the same time, enslaved people themselves were acting. They ran to Union lines, sought protection, offered labor, information, and presence, and forced federal commanders and politicians to decide whether these human beings were property to be returned, persons to be protected, or something uncomfortably suspended between old law and new reality. The war was making neutrality impossible. Men who preferred not to deal with slavery were being dragged into dealing with it by the movement of events. Lincoln watched all of this with increasing clarity. He had never been indifferent to slavery, but the war was changing both the practical and moral urgency of the problem. In 1861, some Union generals had improvised policies of treating escaped slaves as contraband of war, refusing to return them to rebel masters on the theory that property used to aid the enemy could be seized. Congress had also moved in this direction with the First Confiscation Act. These steps were limited and uneven, but they showed the direction of pressure. War against the rebellion was beginning to undermine slavery, whether the administration intended a full policy shift or not. Lincoln's instinct remained gradual, lawful, and strategically timed. He did not want to act from impulse or rhetoric. He wanted the nation, or as much of it as possible, to be able to see the necessity of what was done. In the spring of 1862, he proposed compensated emancipation to the border states, urging them to adopt a voluntary plan under which slavery would be ended with federal compensation to owners. His reasoning was practical and far-seeing. If those states would move peacefully, they could weaken the Confederacy, avoid harsher revolutionary change later, and begin settling a problem that war was already destabilizing. Lincoln believed this path offered a bridge between moral necessity and political possibility, but the border state representatives resisted. Many slaveholders clung to the institution despite the storm gathering around it. They did not wish to surrender what they considered property, status, and labor, even with compensation. Lincoln's frustration grew. He could see that moderate solutions, the kind that might have spared much suffering, were being rejected by men too short-sighted or too committed to slavery to seize them. He was offering them a way to move with history instead of being crushed by it, and they would not take it. At the same time, military events kept educating him through pain. In the West, Union armies had significant successes in early 1862. Ulysses S. Grant captured Fort Henry and Fort Donelson in February, opening major rivers and forcing the surrender of a large Confederate force. The victories electrified the North. Lincoln, hungry for competent aggressiveness in his commanders, noticed Grant. Here, at last, seemed to be a general who understood that war required movement and pressure, not endless delay. Yet the Eastern Theater remained the psychological center of the conflict because of its proximity to Washington and Richmond. There the problem was George B. McClellan. Lincoln had elevated McClellan after the disaster at Bull Run, and on first impression, the young general seemed exactly what the Union needed. He was energetic in organization, gifted at building an army, and immensely popular with his troops. The Army of the Potomac under McClellan became a real instrument of war, rather than a confused militia mass. Lincoln appreciated this. He was not blind to McClellan's abilities. But he quickly discovered the other side of the man: overcaution, habitual exaggeration of enemy strength, and a poisonous disdain for civilian leadership, including the president himself. McClellan continually delayed major offensive action, always believing he lacked numbers, preparation, or favorable conditions, even when he often held advantages. Lincoln's patience with him wore thin. Their relationship became one of the great frustrations of the war. Lincoln needed victories. He needed initiative. He needed a general who understood that armies are not created merely to exist in magnificent readiness, but to fight. McClellan, by contrast, seemed perpetually on the edge of action without fully stepping into it. He treated the Army of the Potomac almost as a sacred mechanism whose perfection mattered more than the risks of using it. Lincoln's letters and conversations with him reveal the president's growing mastery of military common sense. He was not a trained soldier, but he was increasingly capable of seeing when caution had ceased to be prudence and become paralysis. His famous frustration was not simply impatience. It came from understanding that every delay cost lives, morale, and political stability. In a democratic republic at war, time itself is strategic. If armies do not move, public confidence drains away, foreign governments begin to calculate, and the enemy gains breathing space. The Peninsular Campaign of 1862 exposed this problem in painful detail. McClellan proposed advancing by water to the Virginia Peninsula and then moving up toward Richmond, hoping to outflank Confederate positions. The plan had strategic logic, and Lincoln allowed it, though not without anxiety about Washington's safety. But once on the peninsula, McClellan again moved slowly, imagined himself outnumbered, and failed to seize opportunities. Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston delayed him, and after Johnston was wounded at Seven Pines, Robert E. Lee took command of Confederate forces defending Richmond. Lee's rise would change the war. Bold, aggressive, willing to take risks that McClellan shrank from, he grasped that the Confederacy could not win by passivity. During the 7 days battles in late June and early July 1862, Lee attacked repeatedly, forcing McClellan away from Richmond and ending the campaign. The Union Army was not destroyed, but the grand effort to capture the Confederate capital collapsed into retreat and frustration. Lincoln took the failure hard, though not theatrically. He did not have the luxury of theatrical despair. He had to absorb the setback and continue. But every such disappointment deepened the strain on him. It also pushed him further toward the conclusion that the war must be fought, not merely against Confederate armies in the field, but against the social system that sustained them. Slavery was the engine under too much of the enemy's strength. So long as that engine remained intact, the rebellion retained a vast reservoir of labor and social control. There was also the pressure of politics. Radical Republicans in Congress and beyond were increasingly demanding stronger action against slavery. They saw emancipation as both justice and necessity. Conservatives warned that such action would alienate loyal slave states and Northern moderates. Lincoln stood between these pressures, as he so often did, criticized by both sides, pulled by urgency, yet determined to move when the ground was right. Some mistook this for lack of conviction. In truth, it was the method of a man trying to change the course of a nation without losing the nation in the attempt. In July 1862, he took a decisive internal step. He informed key members of his cabinet that he had decided on emancipation as a war measure. This is one of the most important moments of his presidency. He had crossed the threshold in his own mind. He would use his authority as commander-in-chief to declare enslaved people in rebelling areas free. Not because he had become suddenly radical in sentiment, but because the logic of war and morality had converged. The rebellion had made slavery a military target. To strike it was to weaken the enemy and redefine the war on terms more worthy of the Union cause. When he first presented the draft proclamation to the cabinet in July, Secretary of State William H. Seward advised waiting until after a Union military success. Otherwise, Seward warned, it might seem like a desperate shriek on the retreat, a measure announced from weakness rather than strength. Lincoln accepted the advice. This decision shows his remarkable blend of conviction and political timing. He did not abandon emancipation. He delayed its announcement until it could carry the authority of power rather than the tone of panic. Meanwhile, the war worsened before it improved. In August 1862, Union forces under John Pope were defeated at the Second Battle of Bull Run. The setback was severe and humiliating. Lee then invaded the North, moving into Maryland. The stakes suddenly rose to a dangerous height. A Confederate victory on Union soil could damage Northern morale, influence foreign governments, and perhaps strengthen peace sentiment in the North. Lincoln, with few better options, had to turn again to McClellan to command the defense. McClellan did move against Lee in Maryland, and on September 17, 1862, the two armies fought at Antietam near Sharpsburg. It remains the single bloodiest day in American military history. The battle itself was tactically inconclusive in the sense that neither side achieved complete destruction of the other, but strategically it was a Union success because Lee's invasion was stopped and the Confederate Army withdrew back into Virginia. Lincoln seized the moment he had been waiting for. However imperfect the battlefield result, it was enough. On September 22nd, 1862, he issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. It announced that as of January 1st, 1863, all enslaved persons in states or parts of states still in rebellion would be thenceforward, and forever free. The proclamation did not free every enslaved person in the United States. It did not apply to loyal slave states or to certain occupied parts of the Confederacy. Critics then and later pointed to these limits, and they are real. Lincoln was acting under his war powers, not by claiming a general peacetime authority to abolish slavery everywhere by decree, but to measure the proclamation only by its immediate legal boundaries is to miss its world historical force. The President of the United States had committed the Union war effort to emancipation. The war would no longer be only for reunion in the old sense. It would also be a war that struck at slavery's existence. The meaning of union was being transformed from within. No settlement that restored the old order intact would now satisfy the direction of federal policy. Lincoln's language around the proclamation also reveals how deeply the issue had moved inside him. He still framed the measure as military necessity because constitutionally that was the ground on which he believed he must stand. But necessity and morality were no longer separable. He knew the proclamation was an act of justice as well as strategy. He also knew it would place the United States in a new position before the world. Britain and France, where anti-slavery sentiment was politically significant, would find it far harder to recognize or support a confederacy openly fighting to preserve slavery when the Union had publicly aligned itself with freedom. The months leading to January 1st were full of uncertainty. Would the proclamation stand? Would military reverses damage it? Would political opposition in the North intensify? Democrats attacked it fiercely, warning of racial upheaval, economic disorder, and executive tyranny. Some conservatives saw it as too radical. Some abolitionists complained it did not go far enough. Lincoln, as always, occupied the difficult center of action, denounced from contrary directions because he was actually changing history rather than merely describing his preferences. Then, tragedy struck his household with stunning cruelty. In February 1862, months before the preliminary proclamation, his beloved son Willie had died in the White House, likely of typhoid fever. Willie was bright, gentle, and deeply loved by both parents. His death devastated the family. Mary Lincoln was shattered. Lincoln himself was pierced by grief in a way that touched some of the oldest sadness inside him. He had known death before, his mother, Anne Rutledge, his son Eddie. But Willie's death came in the White House, in the middle of war, when he was already carrying the nation's suffering. Private sorrow and public burden merged. Those around him saw the toll. He would enter Willie's room and emerge stricken. He sought consolation where he could, sometimes in religious language he had earlier used more sparingly. Lincoln's faith was never simple or conventionally settled, but suffering drove him again and again toward providential reflection. He did not become serene. He became deeper, sadder, more searching. The war had already aged him. Willie's death aged him inwardly, and yet he continued. That is one of the central truths of Lincoln's life. He was not strong because he did not feel pain. He was strong because pain did not stop him from doing what had to be done. He could carry grief and responsibility at the same time, though the carrying marked him. On January 1st, 1863, he signed the final Emancipation Proclamation. There is a famous and telling detail that after a long public reception, he worried his hand might tremble from fatigue as he signed, and he did not want posterity to think he had hesitated. Whatever the exact degree of that concern in the moment, the symbolism is right. He wanted no trembling in the act. The signature mattered. The act mattered. He set his name beneath a document that made emancipation an official war aim and authorized the enlistment of black men in the armed forces of the United States. This last feature was revolutionary in both practical and moral terms. Black men would now not only be freed where federal power advanced, they would fight for that freedom and for the Union. Nearly 180,000 black soldiers and many thousands of black sailors would serve before the war ended. Their service would strengthen the Union war effort materially and morally. It would also make any post-war attempt to deny the meaning of freedom far more difficult. Men who had fought under the United States flag could not easily be pushed back into silence, whatever white racism still intended. Lincoln understood the significance. He later said that without the military help of black freedmen, the war against the South could not have been won. That was not sentimental flattery. It was strategic truth. The proclamation had changed the war's manpower, its international standing, its moral purpose, and its constitutional trajectory. It had not ended slavery everywhere instantly, but it had irreversibly committed the federal government to slavery's destruction where rebellion still stood. Still, the war remained brutal and uncertain. Emancipation did not produce immediate military triumph. In the East, the Army of the Potomac continued to struggle. Ambrose Burnside's disastrous assault at Fredericksburg in December 1862, just before the final proclamation, had already shown how terrible Union leadership failures could be. Thousands of Union soldiers were cut down in futile attacks against strong Confederate positions. Lincoln's anguish over such battles was real and personal. He read casualty lists. He met mothers and widows. He visited hospitals. He could not shield himself from the human meaning of command. He was also now increasingly alone in one particular sense. Not literally without colleagues or supporters, but alone in the way only a president in civil war can be alone. Advice came from everywhere. Blame from everywhere. Demands from everywhere. Yet final decisions narrowed until they rested on him. He would remove generals. He would defend emancipation. He would balance civil liberties against military necessity. He would hold together factions that agreed on almost nothing except the need to defeat secession. And sometimes not even that. What had changed most from 1861 to early 1863 was that Lincoln was no longer simply trying to restore the old Union. He was beginning to refound it through war. The transformation was not complete, and he did not always describe it in sweeping philosophical language, but it was happening. The republic that emerged, if it emerged at all, would not be the same republic that had elected James Buchanan. Too much blood had been shed, too much truth exposed, too much moral compromise burned away. The boy born in a cabin had risen to the presidency. The president had now become something else as well, the instrument, however reluctant at times and however bound by law, through which American slavery had begun to be struck down by the power of the federal state. He had not arrived at that point in one leap. He had moved there through caution, resistance, grief, military frustration, political pressure, and moral steadiness. That very path explains why the act carried such force. When Lincoln changed course, the nation knew it was not the gesture of a fanatic. It was the decision of a man who had measured the ground and found no honorable alternative. When Abraham Lincoln signed the final Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, he changed the moral and political direction of the Civil War. But he did not make the war easier. In some ways, he made it harder, or at least more exposed. By tying Union victory to freedom, he ensured that the struggle would now demand even more endurance from the North and inspire even deeper hatred from those who believed the old racial order must survive at any cost. The proclamation was a turning point, but turning points are not endings. They are the place where one road closes and another, often steeper one, begins. The year 1863 opened with the Union still wounded by failures. Fredericksburg had been a disaster. General Burnside's army had thrown itself against fortified Confederate positions in December 1862 and been slaughtered. The futility of the assault hung over the North like a fever dream nobody could wake from. Thousands of men dead or maimed, and for what? Lincoln had to carry not only the administrative burden of war, but its emotional accumulation. He was president of the bereaved as much as commander-in-chief. Every battle laid fresh grief across kitchens, porches, church pews, and graveyards. Every decision passed eventually through the bodies of sons. He knew that public patience was not endless. The North had greater population, greater industry, greater transportation capacity, and stronger naval power than the Confederacy. But war is not won by resources alone. It is won by the ability to convert resources into sustained action without political collapse. Lincoln understood that democratic governments fight under a special pressure. They must endure military pain while still answering to elections, newspapers, critics, party factions, governors, congressmen, and voters who can tire, divide, or turn away. A king may command silence. A president in a republic must govern in the presence of argument. An argument there was. Emancipation had inflamed opposition among Democrats who already distrusted the administration. Some called the war transformed into an abolition crusade they had never agreed to support. Others stirred racial fear, warning white workers that emancipation would flood the North with labor competition and social upheaval. The language could be vicious. Lincoln was called tyrant, despot, ape, butcher, and worse. He had long ago grown used to mockery, but mass political hostility during Civil War had a different temperature. It was not merely personal insult. It threatened the endurance of the Union cause itself. At the same time, abolitionists and radical Republicans continued pressing him from the other side. To them, the Emancipation Proclamation was glorious, but incomplete. It left slavery intact in the loyal border states. It had been justified as a military measure rather than as a pure declaration of universal human equality. Enforcement varied according to the progress of Union armies. Lincoln heard all of this. He knew, perhaps better than some of his critics, that freedom on paper means little without power behind it. That is why he kept focusing on victory. Win the war, hold the ground, sustain the armies, and the words of emancipation can become lives transformed. Lose the war, and all declarations dissolve into wind. One of the great developments of 1863 was the growing participation of black soldiers in the Union effort. The proclamation had opened the door, and black men stepped through it with remarkable courage. They came from the North, from contraband camps, from occupied southern regions, and eventually from all places where Union lines could offer access to enlistment. Their motives varied, but freedom, dignity, revenge against bondage, and commitment to union all lived inside the decision. Some sought not only to escape slavery, but to strike back at the system that had defined them as property. Lincoln watched this change with serious attention. He understood that every black soldier in blue was a living argument against the Confederacy and against Northern racism alike. The enlistment of black troops also deepened the stakes of the war. Confederates often refused to treat captured black soldiers as legitimate prisoners of war, threatening execution or enslavement instead. This made service especially dangerous. It also hardened the moral meaning of the conflict. Men who had been enslaved or who belonged to the race slavery aimed to degrade permanently were now carrying rifles under the United States flag. The old America could not be restored after that, no matter how fiercely some desired it. Too much had changed already. Yet while the war's meaning grew larger, the military situation remained maddening. In the East, Lincoln still struggled to find a general who combined competence with aggressiveness and strategic sense. After Burnside came Joseph Hooker, a capable organizer and ambitious man whose confidence often exceeded his steadiness. Lincoln appointed him in early 1863 with a letter that remains one of the clearest examples of Lincoln's leadership style. In it, he acknowledged Hooker's strengths, but also rebuked his vanity and previous conduct, including talk that had bordered on insubordination. Lincoln did not flatter him with blind trust. He challenged him, warned him, and then gave him the chance to prove himself. It was a remarkable letter, both stern and hopeful, written in the tone of a president who understood human weakness but still needed performance. For a time, Hooker seemed promising. He improved the Army of the Potomac's morale and organization. But in the spring campaign of 1863, he met Robert E. Lee at Chancellorsville, and there the Confederates delivered another severe blow. Hooker began with numerical strength and a potentially favorable position, but he lost nerve. Lee, divided against a larger enemy, took immense risks and was rewarded by Union confusion. Stonewall Jackson's famous flanking march shattered part of the Union right, though Jackson himself was mortally wounded soon after by friendly fire. Chancellorsville was perhaps Lee's most brilliant battlefield victory and one of the Union's most demoralizing defeats. Lincoln was devastated by the result. My God, what will the country say?" he reportedly cried when the news came. The line captures something essential. Even in private anguish, he thought in terms not just of his own position, but of the nation's morale. He knew defeats affected everything: enlistments, markets, elections, foreign judgment, family hope. A battlefield loss could travel into the home of a farm widow or a city laborer as surely as if the cannons had sounded in their street. Lincoln felt the country as burden. That was one source of his greatness and one source of his exhaustion. Still, the year did not belong entirely to Confederate triumph. In the West, Union forces under Grant were moving toward one of the decisive objectives of the war: Vicksburg, the Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. Control of the Mississippi meant far more than a line on a map. It meant cutting the Confederacy in two, severing Texas, Arkansas, and much of Louisiana from the Eastern Confederacy, and realizing a major component of Union grand strategy. The river had been part of Lincoln's mental geography for decades. He knew its commercial, strategic, and symbolic importance. "The father of waters again goes unvexed to the sea," he would later say, and the phrase carried not only poetry, but national logic. Grant's campaign against Vicksburg showed exactly the kind of persistence Lincoln admired. It involved repeated efforts, failures, maneuvers, river crossings, and hard marching through difficult country. Grant did not collapse when plans went wrong. He adjusted and kept pressure on. That trait would come to matter immensely in Lincoln's estimation. Where some generals interpreted obstacles as reasons to stop, Grant treated them as problems to move around. This was closer to Lincoln's own governing temperament than that of men like McClellan. While Vicksburg tightened in the west, Lee moved north again in the east. After Chancellorsville, he chose to invade Pennsylvania. The campaign aimed to relieve pressure on Virginia, gather supplies, threaten northern soil, possibly influence peace sentiment in the north, and perhaps gain a victory so dramatic that foreign recognition or political collapse might follow. The movement set the stage for the Battle of Gettysburg in July 1863. As Lee advanced, Lincoln's confidence in Hooker deteriorated. Hooker argued, maneuvered, and complained, especially about garrison questions and strategy, until Lincoln finally removed him and placed George Gordon Meade in command of the Army of the Potomac just days before the coming battle. It was a sudden change at a dangerous moment, but Lincoln could no longer tolerate command instability wrapped in ego and uncertainty. Meade, less flamboyant, more solid, inherited an army on the move and an enemy already deep in the north. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1st to July 3rd, 1863, became the most famous battle of the war and in many ways its emotional center. The fighting began almost by accident as advancing forces collided near the Pennsylvania town, but it quickly expanded into a massive 3-day struggle. Union troops held strong defensive ground south of town on Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Confederate assaults struck fiercely and repeatedly. The second day saw savage fighting on the flanks. The third culminated in Pickett's charge, the massive Confederate assault against the Union center that ended in bloody failure. Gettysburg was not the end of the war, but it was a profound Union victory. Lee's invasion was turned back. His army retreated into Virginia. The Confederacy had gambled heavily and lost. Almost simultaneously, on July 4th, 1863, Vicksburg surrendered to Grant in the west. Together, these victories changed the war's momentum. They did not eliminate Confederate resistance, and Lincoln knew better than to imagine that one week of success solved everything. But the strategic and psychological significance was immense. The Union had stopped Lee in the east and seized the Mississippi in the west. At last, the North had something more than hope and endurance. It had evidence that victory might truly be possible. Even then, Lincoln's response was complicated. He was grateful, relieved, and deeply aware of the importance of both victories. But he also felt frustration that Meade failed to destroy Lee's army during its retreat after Gettysburg. Heavy rains had swollen the Potomac and trapped Lee temporarily, creating what seemed to Lincoln like a tremendous opportunity. Yet Meade moved cautiously, and the Confederate army escaped. Lincoln drafted, though never sent, a letter expressing his disappointment. In it, he lamented that the war might have ended sooner had Meade struck decisively. The unsent letter is revealing. Lincoln knew how to feel anger without always indulging it destructively. He put the truth on paper, but he did not always release it in the heat of frustration. He understood that generals, however exasperating, also fought under pressure. Leadership required not only judgment, but timing in rebuke. Meanwhile, the home front was becoming more volatile. The Union's need for manpower led to the Enrollment Act of 1863, instituting a federal draft. Though wealthy men could avoid service through commutation fees or substitutes, poor and working-class men felt the burden intensely. In New York City, opposition exploded into the draft riots in July 1863. What began as anger over conscription became a terrifying wave of racial violence. Black people were beaten, murdered, and hunted. Homes and institutions were attacked, including the Colored Orphan Asylum. The riots revealed a horrifying truth. Opposition to emancipation in parts of the North was not merely political disagreement, but could erupt into murderous white supremacy. Lincoln had to confront the fact that preserving the Union and freeing the enslaved did not mean the North itself was morally unified. The country he was trying to save was full of people who would fight secession, but still despised black freedom. This was part of the hard reality of his presidency. He was not leading a righteous nation against an unrighteous rebellion in simple terms. He was leading a divided democracy through a moral transformation many of its own citizens resisted. The draft riots exposed how fragile the coalition for union could be when class resentment, war fatigue, and racism fused. And yet, despite all this, Lincoln did not retreat. The very fact that the opposition could be so violent strengthened the necessity of the work before him. A shallow politician might have backed away from emancipation under such pressure. Lincoln did not. He kept insisting that the war could not be won, in the deepest sense, by putting the country back together while leaving the cause of the fracture morally unbroken. He remained careful in language, but there was steel under the care now. Emancipation was not a temporary flourish. It was becoming central to his understanding of what Union victory had to mean. This deeper meaning found its most concentrated expression in November 1863, when Lincoln traveled to Gettysburg for the dedication of the Soldiers' Cemetery. He was not the main speaker. That role belonged to Edward Everett, one of the great orators of the age, who delivered a long, polished address in the traditional style. Lincoln then rose and spoke for just a few minutes. The Gettysburg Address would become one of the most famous speeches in the English language, but its brevity and power can make people forget how much historical and personal weight lived behind it. He began not with the Constitution, but with the Declaration of Independence. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. This opening was deliberate and profound. Lincoln located the nation's birth not merely in legal arrangements, but in a proposition, a moral claim about equality. He then described the Civil War as a test of whether any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. In a few sentences, he transformed a cemetery dedication into a meditation on democratic survival and national purpose. The dead at Gettysburg, he said, had already consecrated the ground far beyond the power of words. The living were called instead to be dedicated to the unfinished work and to the great task remaining before them. That task was not merely to defeat Confederate armies. It was to ensure that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln had taken the war and lifted it into universal significance. If the Union fell, democratic self-government itself would suffer before the world. If it endured, renewed through sacrifice, then the dead would not have died in vain. The speech is often read now as inevitable wisdom, but in the moment, it was the distilled product of years of thought and suffering. Lincoln could speak like that because he had been carrying the burden of national death, military frustration, moral change, and political conflict day after day. He had come to understand that the Union could not simply survive as a technical arrangement. It had to be reborn in freedom. The phrase, "a new birth of freedom," is one of the keys to his whole presidency. He was no longer only preserving, he was refounding. Yet even as he gave the Gettysburg Address, the war was far from over. His own cabinet still contained tensions. Congress still pressed him. Democrats still attacked him. Casualty lists still lengthened. Mary Lincoln still suffered under grief and public criticism. Tad still ran through the White House with childish energy that at times was the only brightness in the house. Lincoln himself grew gaunter, more lined, and more remote in certain moments, though never incapable of warmth. Visitors still found humor in him, stories, even laughter, but the laughter came from a man who had looked too long at hospitals, telegrams, and mourning clothes. His faith also deepened in complexity. Lincoln was never easy to classify in conventional religious terms, but by 1863, Providence had become more central to his language and thought. He did not pretend to know God's exact purposes. In fact, one of the most striking features of his mature faith was humility before mystery. He believed history was under a providential government, yet he resisted claiming God as a partisan servant of his own wishes. This made him slower to self-righteousness than many around him. He could say the Union cause was just without saying every Union action was pure. He could believe slavery wrong without assuming suffering had fallen only on the guilty. Such theological restraint gave his greatest speeches their grave honesty. By the end of 1863, Lincoln was a stronger president than he had been at the beginning of the year, not because the burdens were lighter, but because he had now lived long enough inside the crisis to govern it with deeper authority. He had committed the nation to emancipation. He had seen black soldiers enter the fight. He had watched the Union win at Gettysburg and Vicksburg. He had spoken words at Gettysburg that redefined the meaning of the Republic. He had endured political revolt, racial violence, military disappointment, and unending criticism without surrendering either to rage or to timidity. The man who entered office in 1861, trying first to save the Union, was by late 1863 something more than a conservator of the old order. He had become the interpreter of a new national purpose, one purchased at terrible cost and still unfinished. He did not yet know how much more cost would be demanded, but he now understood with full seriousness that the war would have to be won not only on battlefields, but in the meaning of the nation itself. By the beginning of 1864, Abraham Lincoln had already lived through enough political and personal strain to age several ordinary lives, and yet the most dangerous test of his presidency still lay ahead. It is one of the hardest truths about great crises that even after real progress has been made, the outcome can remain uncertain almost until the end. Gettysburg and Vicksburg had altered the direction of the war, yes, but they had not ended it. The Confederacy was wounded, not destroyed. Northern morale was stronger than it had been after the disasters of earlier years, but it was not steady enough to guarantee endurance. Casualties continued, prices rose, families grieved, political enemies sharpened their attacks, and hanging over all of it was the election of 1864, in which the nation would decide whether to keep Lincoln in office or turn to another path while the war still raged. Lincoln knew that re-election in wartime was never simply about personal ambition. It was about policy, legitimacy, and the future meaning of victory. If he lost to a candidate willing to negotiate peace on terms short of restored union and advancing emancipation, then everything already gained might be placed at risk. The Union might fracture permanently. Slavery might survive in altered form. Foreign governments might begin dealing with two American nations. The dead would not be restored, and the sacrifices of the living might become the foundation of a settlement that left the central wrong unresolved. Lincoln understood this with perfect seriousness. He had no illusion that his own survival in office was guaranteed by battlefield progress alone. At the same time, he had to continue governing as though no election existed. That was one of the burdens of democratic leadership in war. He could not suspend the nation's politics, nor did he want to. He believed too deeply in Republican government to wish the people silenced for the convenience of power. But the very system he revered required him to prosecute a massive civil war while subjecting himself to public judgment in the middle of it. This paradox had a grandeur to it, but also danger. A republic strong enough to hold elections during rebellion proved something noble to the world. Yet a republic can also lose its nerve at the ballot box. One of the most important changes of 1864 came through military leadership. Lincoln had spent years searching for generals who would understand the war as he increasingly understood it. Not as a sequence of isolated maneuvers measured mainly by territorial gain or loss, but as a continuous struggle in which the Union had to bring its superior resources to bear relentlessly until Confederate resistance was exhausted. Ulysses S. Grant had emerged in the West as the clearest embodiment of that approach. Fort Donelson, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga had shown that he could absorb setbacks, think strategically, and above all, keep moving. He was not elegant in self-presentation. He was not theatrical. He drank too much at times, or at least was widely rumored to. Critics doubted him. But Lincoln had learned to prize results and steadiness over polish. In March 1864, he promoted Grant to lieutenant general and placed him in command of all Union armies. This was a crucial act. At last, Lincoln had a general-in-chief who shared his understanding that war had to be fought across multiple theaters with coordinated pressure. The goal was no longer to protect this place, probe that place, and retreat into seasonal caution. The goal was to pin down and wear out Confederate armies, especially Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, while Union power advanced everywhere possible. Grant came east and chose to travel with the Army of the Potomac, while leaving William Tecumseh Sherman in command in the West. This pairing would become decisive. Grant would engage Lee directly in Virginia. Sherman would move against Confederate forces in the Deep South, especially toward Atlanta. Lincoln watched this new arrangement with hope, but not with blind optimism. He knew that even the right strategy could be accompanied by terrible bloodshed, and bloodshed had political as well as human consequences. The Overland Campaign began in May 1864. Grant crossed the Rapidan River and moved into Virginia, meeting Lee in the tangled wilderness west of Fredericksburg. The Battle of the Wilderness was savage, confusing, and full of fire. Men fought in thick woods where formations dissolved and visibility disappeared. Wounded soldiers burned when brush ignited around them. The horror of the war reached one of its densest forms there. And yet, the most important fact, from Lincoln's perspective, as much as Grant's, was not that Grant had won some clean tactical masterpiece. It was that after fighting, he did not retreat. This mattered because it broke the emotional pattern that had plagued the Army of the Potomac for years. Under previous commanders, bloody fighting against Lee was often followed by disengagement, withdrawal, and the sense that the campaign had failed. Grant instead moved south and east, trying again to get between Lee and Richmond. That movement continued through Spotsylvania, where brutal combat included the terrible slaughter at the Muleshoe salient, and then toward the North Anna and Cold Harbor. Casualties mounted to dreadful levels. Northern newspapers and families felt the shock. Grant became known in some circles as a butcher. Lincoln understood the criticism and the pain behind it, but he also understood that the Confederacy was suffering too. And unlike the Union, it had far less manpower to replace its losses. This was one of the grim equations of 1864. There was no path left that did not pass through more death. Anyone promising otherwise was either deceiving the public or deceiving himself. Lincoln knew that a long war of attrition would horrify many Northern citizens. He knew mothers did not calculate manpower ratios. Wives did not find comfort in strategic logic. Cemeteries did not become easier to bear because one side could better replace its dead. But he also knew that the rebellion would not collapse through kindness, fatigue, or appeals to memory. It had to be beaten. The campaign reached one of its darkest moments at Cold Harbor in early June, where Union assaults were thrown against strong Confederate defenses, with disastrous results. In a very short time, thousands of Union soldiers fell. Some pinned their names to their uniforms before the attack, fearing their bodies would not be recognized. The scene became one of the enduring symbols of Civil War futility. Lincoln, hearing of such losses, felt them acutely. He was never one of those leaders who became numb in the face of numbers. He knew numbers were sons, yet he still backed Grant. That fact reveals the hard maturity of his war leadership. He no longer judged a general merely by whether casualties were high or low in a single battle. He judged by whether the larger strategic direction made sense and whether the commander would persist. After Cold Harbor, Grant crossed the James River in a brilliant movement and aimed at Petersburg, the vital rail hub south of Richmond. When quick seizure failed, the campaign settled into siege. This too changed the war. Virginia's Central Theater became a grinding entrenchment struggle, foreshadowing later industrial warfare. Richmond and Petersburg were not captured in a glorious rush. They were squeezed, pressed, and slowly made unsustainable. Lincoln understood that such pressure, though less dramatic than grand invasion fantasies, could be exactly what victory required. Meanwhile, Sherman moved through Georgia in a campaign of maneuver, battle, and relentless advance against Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston and later John Bell Hood. The road toward Atlanta became another central measure of Union hope. If Sherman could take the city, it would wound the Confederacy deeply and strengthen Lincoln politically. If he stalled, Northern pessimism might harden, and pessimism did grow during the summer of 1864. Casualties in Virginia were appalling. Petersburg had not yet fallen. Sherman had not yet taken Atlanta. Confederate forces under Jubal Early even threatened Washington in July, pushing into the Shenandoah Valley and reaching the outskirts of the capital. Lincoln himself came under fire, at least indirectly, when he visited Fort Stevens during the crisis and stood exposed enough that officers reportedly urged him to get down. The image is striking. The president, gaunt and worn, personally watching Confederate threat approach the city he governed from. It showed courage, perhaps recklessness, but also his refusal to hide behind abstraction. The war came near him in every sense. Politically, the summer of 1864 was one of the lowest points of his public standing. Radical Republicans were dissatisfied with his moderation in some matters and his slowness in others. Conservatives still mistrusted emancipation and executive power. Democrats charged that he had turned the war into racial revolution and endless bloodshed. The economy added anxiety. War weariness spread. There were genuine reasons to believe he might lose re-election. Inside his own camp, alternatives began to stir. There was a movement around John C. Fremont, who represented more radical dissatisfaction with Lincoln. Though Fremont never became a major general election threat, the discontent itself mattered. Lincoln had to hold together a coalition constantly tempted to fracture. His ability to do so remains one of the least theatrical but most consequential parts of his greatness. He was rarely the pure favorite of any single faction. He led by making himself the indispensable center through judgment, patience, and a kind of moral political gravity others could not easily replace. In August 1864, feeling the danger sharply, Lincoln wrote and sealed a memorandum predicting he might not be re-elected. In it, he stated that if defeated, he would cooperate with the president-elect to save the Union between the election and inauguration, because the new man would have been elected on grounds making later salvation unlikely. This document is extraordinary. It shows Lincoln at once pessimistic and dutiful, realistic and selfless. He was preparing mentally and morally for the possibility that the people would reject him while the war remained unresolved. Yet even in that possibility, his focus was not revenge, self-pity, or clinging to office. It was how to preserve the country as long as he legally could. This is one of the clearest windows into his character. Ambition had carried him from poverty to the presidency, but ambition, by 1864, had long since been placed beneath duty. He wanted re-election, certainly. He believed it necessary. But he thought first in terms of national consequence, not personal humiliation. He had grown into the office so fully that his own fate and the Republic's fate were connected, but not in the selfish way of a despot who imagines himself identical with the state. Rather, he saw that particular policies and principles required continuity of leadership if the war's meaning was not to be lost. Then the military picture changed. In September 1864, Sherman captured Atlanta. The city's fall electrified the North. After months of strain and uncertainty, here was a major strategic victory with unmistakable emotional power. Atlanta was a crucial railroad and industrial center for the Confederacy, and its capture demonstrated that Union offensives could break through in the Deep South, as well as hold pressure in Virginia. Almost simultaneously, Union successes in the Shenandoah Valley under Philip Sheridan further improved Northern morale by weakening Confederate capacity in that important region. These victories transformed the political atmosphere. Suddenly, Lincoln's policies looked less like stubborn bloodletting and more like the path to real success. The Democratic argument for negotiating peace lost much of its force as the military evidence shifted. Lincoln still faced criticism, but despair no longer defined the Northern mood in the same way. The war had not been won, but the line of victory was now visible enough for many voters to trust continuing the struggle. The National Union Party, as Lincoln's coalition styled itself for the 1864 election, renominated him with Andrew Johnson of Tennessee as his running mate. Johnson, a Southern Unionist Democrat, was chosen partly to signal national rather than purely Republican unity. The decision would have enormous consequences later. though not in ways Lincoln could fully foresee. For the moment, it served the immediate political purpose of broadening the ticket. The Democratic nominee was George B. McClellan, Lincoln's former general. The irony was deep. The man whose military caution had exasperated Lincoln would now run against him politically. McClellan himself supported preservation of the Union, but the Democratic platform on which he stood included language calling the war a failure and implying negotiation. This created an awkward tension. Voters effectively faced a choice between continuing Lincoln's hard war for union and emancipation, or turning toward a party whose peace wing was strong enough to cast doubt on whether military success would be followed through. Lincoln did not campaign flamboyantly. He received delegations, wrote letters, and let the administration's record and the evolving military situation speak. He also had something more powerful than rhetoric alone: the growing support of Union soldiers. Many men in the field had come to admire him deeply, even if they once doubted him. They knew he had endured criticism, stayed committed, and backed the armies despite the political cost. Soldier voting became an important factor, and Lincoln did well among them. This was no small thing. The men doing the fighting were often better judges of wartime leadership than the loudest critics at home. There was also another moral reality by 1864 that could not be reversed without shame. Emancipation was no longer merely a proclamation from above. Hundreds of thousands of enslaved people had already moved toward freedom under Union lines. Black soldiers were already fighting and dying. To elect a government that might back away from that transformation would not only be a policy shift, it would be a betrayal of living people who had trusted the Union with their liberty. Lincoln felt this deeply. He knew that once black men had carried muskets for the United States, the nation had entered obligations from which honorable retreat was impossible. The election took place on November 8, 1864. Lincoln won decisively in the Electoral College and solidly in the popular vote by wartime standards. The victory was one of the most important Democratic endorsements in American history. In the middle of civil war, after years of slaughter, the electorate had chosen not to abandon the struggle, but to continue it under the man who had tied Union to emancipation. This result did not eliminate dissent, but it answered a world historical question. A Republican government could endure rebellion, hold elections, and still choose perseverance over collapse. Lincoln understood the magnitude of the result. It did not make him triumphant in a shallow sense. He had seen too much for that, but it gave legitimacy, strength, and breathing room to finish the war on the terms he now believed necessary. The re-election also strengthened his ability to pursue the permanent destruction of slavery through constitutional amendment, rather than leaving freedom dependent only on wartime executive measures. That aim had become increasingly important. The Emancipation Proclamation, though monumental, rested on war powers and applied only in areas of rebellion. Lincoln wanted slavery ended everywhere in the United States by constitutional law. The 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery and involuntary servitude except as punishment for crime, had already passed the Senate in 1864, but failed initially in the House. Lincoln now committed himself more directly to securing its passage. He understood that if the war ended without a constitutional amendment, courts or future governments might seek to narrow or undo what military emancipation had done. Freedom must be made permanent in the nation's fundamental law. During this same period, Sherman continued his devastating campaign through Georgia and then toward the sea, cutting a path that crippled Confederate capacity and will. The exact character and moral interpretation of his hard war methods remained debated, but from Lincoln's perspective, the strategic importance was clear. The Confederacy had to be stripped not only of armies, but of the material basis for sustained resistance. Grant at Petersburg and Sherman in Georgia were now acting within a grand strategy that Lincoln had long wanted. Constant coordinated pressure until the rebellion could no longer fight. Lincoln's second annual message to Congress in December 1864 reflected the mood of a leader who could at last see the outline of the end, though not the shape of its cost. He remained measured, not exultant. He knew victory was nearer, but nearer is not the same as present. Men were still dying. Lee still held lines. Political reconstruction of the South had scarcely begun in workable form. Questions about the status of freed people, the restoration of loyal governments, and the terms on which rebellious states would return pressed forward with increasing urgency. Reconstruction, even before the war ended, became another field of conflict. Lincoln's approach was comparatively moderate and pragmatic. He wanted loyal governments restored in the South with sufficient support to begin functioning again, and he favoured relatively lenient terms for broad reintegration, combined with the end of slavery. Radicals in Congress often wanted stronger guarantees, harsher treatment of ex-Confederate elites, and more explicit protections for free people. Lincoln did not reject the need for black freedom and some black rights, but his exact Reconstruction policy remained evolving, flexible, and somewhat open-ended. He was less interested in ideological neatness than in creating viable conditions under which union, freedom, and peace could coexist. This flexibility would become important and controversial later. Through all of 1864, his personal burden remained immense. Mary Lincoln's emotional suffering continued. Tad was still a source of affection and relief, but the White House was no peaceful home. Crowds sought favors. Office seekers pressed demands. Grieving families asked help. Politicians maneuvered. Generals reported. Telegrams arrived at all hours. Lincoln often visited the War Department telegraph office late at night, reading dispatches and waiting in that strange half-lit zone where national destiny came in fragments of wire. Those who saw him closely often remarked on his fatigue, his lined face, the way sorrow and humour sat together in him, like two forces that had learned to share the same body. And yet, 1864 proved something decisive about him. It proved that he was not merely the right man for the opening of the crisis, not merely the patient balancer of factions, not merely the accidental president who had grown under pressure. He was also the leader capable of carrying democratic government through its most exhausting trial, and receiving from the people, in the midst of war, a renewed commission to finish the work. Poverty had given him toughness. Self-education had given him mental discipline. Grief had given him sympathy. Politics had given him resilience. War had given him depth. By the end of 1864, all of these had fused into the full stature of his presidency. He had not yet won peace, but he had survived the election, secured the direction of the war, and placed himself in position to strike the final legal blow against slavery. The poor boy from Kentucky had become more than president. He had become the indispensable figure through whom Union victory and national transformation were now passing. By the opening months of 1865, Abraham Lincoln stood at the edge of victory, but victory in civil war is never simple. It does not arrive clean, like a door opening into sunlight. It comes burdened with graves, amputations, ruined towns, exhausted governments, hardened hatreds, and questions no battlefield can answer. The Union had the advantage now beyond serious dispute. Confederate armies were strained, Southern infrastructure was collapsing, and the capacity of the rebellion to sustain itself was shrinking under relentless pressure. Yet the final shape of peace remained uncertain, and for Lincoln, that uncertainty was as important as the approaching triumph. Winning the war was one thing. Determining what the Union would be after the war was another. He entered 1865 having just secured re-election, and that mattered profoundly. The people had renewed his authority to continue the war to Union victory and to pursue the permanent destruction of slavery. This freed him in one sense from the immediate desperation of election politics, but it did not lessen the weight of his decisions. In fact, it sharpened them. He now had the chance, perhaps his only chance, to help determine the terms on which the Republic would emerge from bloodshed. Every choice carried consequences beyond his own life, perhaps beyond his century. The military picture was increasingly favorable to the Union. Grant still held Lee pinned around Petersburg and Richmond. Sherman, after taking Atlanta, had marched to the sea, capturing Savannah in December 1864 and demonstrating that Confederate armies could not protect the heartland of the South. He then turned north into the Carolinas, continuing the pressure that made the Confederacy feel not merely challenged, but penetrated and exhausted. Lincoln followed these movements closely. He never lost his habit of reading telegraphic reports, asking sharp questions, and keeping himself connected to the practical flow of war. He was not merely a president signing proclamations while others did the fighting. He was immersed in the conflict's movements, always trying to understand where events were leading and how political action should meet them. One of his central aims in early 1865 was the passage of the 13th Amendment. The Emancipation Proclamation had shifted the war irreversibly toward freedom, but Lincoln knew it was not enough by itself. It was a war measure tied to military necessity and the existence of rebellion. However vast its effect, it did not reach every enslaved person by its own direct terms, and it remained theoretically vulnerable to legal challenge once war ended. Lincoln wanted slavery abolished everywhere in the United States by constitutional authority. The institution that had shaped the nation's politics for generations and torn the nation apart in rebellion must not survive in any legal shelter. The amendment had already passed the Senate in April 1864, but it had failed in the House that summer. Lincoln now leaned more actively into the effort to secure its passage on a second attempt. He used persuasion, patronage, pressure, timing, and all the lawful tools of political leadership available to him. This is an important aspect of his greatness that can be lost beneath the majesty of his speeches. Lincoln was capable of sublime moral language, yes, but he was also a practical politician who understood that high principles often become real only when someone counts votes, pressures fence-sitters, and makes the machinery of government bend toward justice. The House vote came on January 31st, 1865. The galleries were full. The issue had been debated, maneuvered, resisted, and pushed to the brink. When the required 2/3 majority was finally reached, the chamber erupted. Members shouted, celebrated, embraced. Cannon fired in salute outside. The 13th Amendment had passed Congress and would go to the states for ratification. Slavery was not yet formally dead everywhere that instant, but it had received its constitutional death blow. Lincoln, who had moved against slavery in stages marked by law, necessity, and conscience, had now helped carry the nation over the final threshold. The the same man who once entered public life as a Western Whig, cautious in method but clear in moral direction, had become the president under whom the constitutional destruction of slavery became possible. The significance of that moment can hardly be overstated. Lincoln had not merely preserved a geographic union, he had helped redefine the Union itself. Before the war, the Republic had existed with slavery protected in large portions of its territory and life. After the amendment, if successfully ratified, the nation's fundamental law would declare that slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, shall not exist within the United States. This was revolution by constitutional means. It was not the language of temporary necessity. It was the law of national rebirth. At almost the same time, Lincoln turned his attention more directly to peace. Not peace at any price, and not peace that acknowledged Confederate independence. Those possibilities he rejected. But he remained deeply interested in ending the bloodshed as soon as an honorable settlement could be made. His approach to peace was shaped by the same qualities that had marked him throughout the war: firmness on essentials, flexibility on terms, and reluctance toward vindictiveness. He did not hunger to crush the South into permanent humiliation. He wanted restoration, not endless vengeance, provided restoration included union and freedom. This instinct appeared clearly in February 1865, when Lincoln met with Confederate representatives aboard the River Queen at Hampton Roads. Secretary of State William H. Seward joined him. The meeting has sometimes been imagined as a chance for dramatic compromise, but by that stage the basic obstacles were too large. The Confederate envoys hoped, in various ways, for some arrangement short of unconditional restoration, or for armistice terms that might preserve room for continued Southern bargaining. Lincoln would not grant independence. He would not reverse emancipation. He would not halt the war while leaving the core conflict unresolved. He indicated that if the rebel states ceased resistance and returned to the Union, questions of confiscation and personal consequences might be handled with leniency, but the central facts were not negotiable. There would be one nation, not two. Slavery would end. Even here, though, his manner was not harsh. He could imagine generous treatment after surrender. He reportedly floated, at least in private policy thinking around this time, the idea of compensated emancipation on a vast scale as part of reunion, though this never came to fruition. That idea itself reveals his continued desire, even at the edge of victory, to reduce bitterness where possible and to solve moral catastrophe through means that might ease transition. But events had gone too far, blood had been too heavily spent, and Confederate authorities were too compromised by their own cause for such schemes to prevail. Meanwhile, military collapse was closing in on the Confederacy. Sherman advanced through the Carolinas. Grant maintained pressure in Virginia. The Confederacy's manpower, supplies, and transportation were fading. Desertion increased. Civilian hardship deepened. The dream of a separate slaveholding republic was failing in trenches, on broken railroads, in hungry households, and in the thinning ranks of exhausted armies. For Lincoln, however, victory brought no intoxication. Those who saw him in early 1865 often sensed solemnity rather than triumph. He could still laugh, still tell stories, still relieve tension with humor, but the deeper tone was grave. He had lived too long with casualty lists to become light, merely because success was near. He knew what lay behind the approaching Union triumph. Hundreds of thousands dead, far more wounded, families shattered, and a country morally transformed through suffering. Even his political enemies, often remarked by now on the sadness in his face. It was no pose. Power had not hardened him into indifference. It had exposed him to too much sorrow for that. This mood, together with his deepening providential reflection, reached one of its greatest expressions in his second inaugural address on March 4th, 1865. If the Gettysburg Address had defined the nation's democratic purpose in compressed brilliance, the second inaugural defined the war's moral and theological meaning with unmatched depth. Lincoln was taking office again, but the occasion did not sound like celebration. It sounded like judgment, humility, and hard mercy. He began by noting that 4 years earlier, all thoughts had been anxious and directed toward impending civil war, while now the war had come and the end was near. He spoke with startling directness about slavery as the cause of the conflict. 1/8 of the whole population, he said, were colored slaves, located not generally across the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. The clarity is striking. Lincoln did not hide behind vague sectional language or obscure the issue in talk of tariffs or misunderstanding. He named slavery. Then he moved to a plain few political speeches ever reach. Both sides, he said, read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces, but let us judge not, that we be not judged. He did not place himself outside guilt, as though the North were spotless, and the South alone sinful. Instead, he suggested that the whole war might be divine judgment upon the nation for the offense of slavery. If God wills that the war continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and every drop of blood drawn with the lash be paid by another drawn with the sword, still it must be said that the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. This was not victory rhetoric, it was moral reckoning. Lincoln was speaking as a leader who had grown too serious to flatter his own side with innocence. He believed the Union cause just, yes, but he also believed history had a scale of judgment beyond party slogans. Slavery had stained the whole republic. The war might be the terrible means by which that stain was being answered. Such a speech could come only from a man who had suffered enough to distrust easy triumphalism. It is impossible to imagine many politicians giving it. It is impossible to imagine it coming from a man without Lincoln's blend of humility, sorrow, and moral vision. And then, after that stern meditation, he closed with words that remain among the noblest ever spoken by an American statesman: with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. The balance is perfect. No malice, no charity without firmness, no firmness without humility. He called the nation to bind up its wounds, care for the soldier and his widow and orphan, and achieve a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. This was the essence of Lincoln's hoped-for Reconstruction before the war had even ended. Not revenge, not sentimental forgetting. A just peace, grounded in right, marked by mercy, and mindful of the broken. This vision did not mean he was naive about Southern resistance or Northern racism. He knew too much for naivete, but he believed public policy should aim toward restoration rather than humiliation. He had already supported a relatively lenient plan for restoring loyal state governments in portions of the South through what became known as the 10% Plan. Congress had often wanted harsher or more heavily conditioned approaches, and tensions between Lincoln and radical Republicans over Reconstruction remained unresolved by the time of his death. But his instinct was clear. He wanted the seceded states brought back quickly, slavery destroyed, and a loyal peace established before bitterness calcified into something even worse. At the same time, his thoughts on black citizenship and rights were still evolving. He had moved far from the cautious politician of the 1850s. In his last public speech on April 11, 1865, he would support limited black suffrage, at least for the very intelligent and for black veterans. That position was modest by later standards and not equal suffrage, but it marked a significant public step. It suggested that the destruction of slavery could not be the end of the matter. Some form of political participation for black men would be necessary in the reconstructed South. This evolution was precisely what many opponents feared, and why his future leadership in Reconstruction might have mattered so much. Before that final speech, however, events moved swiftly toward Confederate collapse. In late March and early April 1865, Grant broke Lee's lines at Petersburg. Confederate resistance around Richmond and Petersburg became untenable. On April 2nd, Richmond fell. Jefferson Davis and the Confederate government fled. The symbolic heart of the rebellion was lost. Union troops entered the Confederate capital, and the government that had claimed permanent separation was in visible ruin. Lincoln went to Richmond shortly afterward, on April 4th. The image of him walking through the fallen Confederate capital is one of the most powerful in American memory. Crowds of newly freed black people gathered around him, some kneeling, weeping, shouting blessings. He reportedly told them not to kneel to him, that they must kneel only to God, and he urged them to stand up. Whether every remembered phrase reached us with perfect precision, the scene itself speaks volumes. The president who had issued emancipation walked through the conquered capital of slavery, while freed people greeted him almost as a deliverer. No marble monument could ever capture fully the human meaning of that moment. And yet even there, Lincoln did not carry himself like a conqueror intoxicated by submission. Observers noticed his quietness, his lack of theatrical vengeance. He toured the city, visited the Confederate White House, and saw the reality of the rebellion's fall. But there was no public cruelty in him, no appetite for humiliation. His mind was already on what came next: how to end the war cleanly, how to receive surrender, how to rebuild the Union. On April 9th, 1865, Lee surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The terms Grant offered reflected much of the spirit Lincoln favored: generous and practical rather than vindictive. Confederate officers could keep sidearms. Soldiers who owned horses could take them home for spring planting, and parole would protect them from prosecution so long as they obeyed the laws and ceased fighting. Lincoln had long wanted the war ended in a way that encouraged surrender rather than desperate prolongation. Grant's terms fit that desire. The Central Rebel Army was gone. The Confederacy was not fully extinct in every armed fragment that day, but the end was effectively sealed. Washington erupted in celebration. Bells rang, crowds cheered, houses glowed with illumination. After 4 years of agony, the capital could finally breathe as though dawn had come after a night that seemed endless. Lincoln, too, felt relief, but even here, his thoughts remained measured. He knew there was still danger in transition, still work in demobilization and reunion, still uncertainty in the South. On April 11th, he addressed a jubilant crowd from the White House. Rather than merely celebrate, he spoke about reconstruction in Louisiana and the broader issue of restoring government in the South. This disappointed some listeners who wanted only triumph, but it was characteristic of him. Even in victory, he turned toward governing. In that speech, he made the statement favoring limited black suffrage, especially for black veterans and the highly intelligent. This was a major sign of movement. It was also noticed by John Wilkes Booth, who was in the crowd and reportedly reacted with fury, saying that meant black citizenship and would be Lincoln's last speech. Booth, an actor and Confederate sympathizer, animated by white supremacist hatred, had long despised Lincoln. Earlier kidnapping schemes had failed. Now, with Confederate collapse and Lincoln speaking of black voting, Booth's rage sharpened into murderous resolve. Lincoln himself spent these days in a rare moment of lightened spirit. Friends and associates noticed that he seemed more relaxed than he had in a long time. The war, at least in its central military phase, was ending. He spoke with some hope of the future. He and Mary even made small social plans. There are poignant stories from these last days of Lincoln talking about travel after his presidency, of visiting places they had never had time to enjoy, of a life after burden. It is impossible to hear such things now without pain, because the future he had carried the nation toward was opening, just as his own future was about to close. On April 14th, 1865, Good Friday, he spent the day in meetings, cabinet discussion, and lighter moments. He signed papers, talked with visitors, and in the evening went with Mary to Ford's Theatre to watch the comedy Our American Cousin. He had been urged to appear because the public liked to see him, and perhaps because after years of war, he allowed himself an evening of ordinary amusement. General Grant had been invited but did not attend. The presidential box at the theatre was decorated with flags. The city, still flushed with victory, did not imagine that the night would become one of the most tragic in American history. John Wilkes Booth entered the box during the performance and shot Lincoln in the back of the head at close range. Booth leaped to the stage, shouted, and escaped into the night. Chaos erupted. The wounded president was carried across the street to the Peterson house, where he lay through the night, breathing but unconscious, surrounded by officials, doctors, friends, and a devastated Mary Lincoln moving in and out of the room in grief. The dawn came slowly over Washington as the government waited beside its dying leader. On the morning of April 15th, 1865, Abraham Lincoln died. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton is said to have spoken words afterward that have been remembered as, "Now he belongs to the ages," though there is some uncertainty in the exact wording. Whether that phrase or a close variant was used, the meaning was true. Lincoln was gone at the very moment of Union victory, struck down not in defeat, not in obscurity, but at the height of his moral and historical stature. His death turned triumph into mourning at once. A nation that had begun to imagine peace now had to grieve its savior president. The sorrow was immense because the loss felt both personal and national. He was not merely the head of government, he had become, through suffering shared and words spoken at the right depths, the face of the Union's endurance. Poor people felt he belonged to them. Soldiers felt he understood them. Freed people saw in him the hand of deliverance. Even some who had criticized him were stunned into respect by the scale of the loss. And behind the public grief was a question history would never stop asking. What might Reconstruction have become had Lincoln lived? That question could not be answered in certainty, but its shadow would hang over everything that followed. He had preserved the Union. He had struck slavery down. He had spoken mercy at the threshold of victory. Then he was removed, and the task of finishing the peace passed into other hands. Abraham Lincoln died on the morning of April 15th, 1865, and with his death, the story of his life became immediately larger than the man who had lived it. That transformation happens to many famous figures over time, but in Lincoln's case, it began at once, almost before the blood had dried and the bells had finished tolling. He had risen from a log cabin in Kentucky to the presidency of a fractured republic. He had led that republic through its greatest trial. He had preserved the Union, set slavery on the course of irreversible destruction, and spoken words that seemed to gather the deepest meaning of the American experiment into a few solemn sentences. Then, just as the war was ending, he was taken. It was the kind of ending that can turn history into legend in a single night. Yet before the legend settled, there was grief, raw and overwhelming. And before grief became national memory, there was the body of a man lying still in a room across from Ford's Theatre. Those who stood around him in the Peterson house that morning saw not an icon, but a ruined human being. The tall frame that had carried so much strain was now motionless. The face that had become known throughout the world was altered by death and suffering. Mary Lincoln was shattered. Cabinet members, military officers, physicians, friends, and attendants all moved through the strange numbness that follows public catastrophe. War Secretary Edwin Stanton took command of the situation with characteristic force, already thinking about the pursuit of conspirators, the continuity of government, the danger of wider plots. But even his hard administrative energy could not disguise the emotional truth. The president was dead. The man who had held the government together through rebellion had been murdered at the moment of victory. The assassination was not a private crime. It was political, theatrical, racial, and national. John Wilkes Booth had killed Lincoln because he hated what Lincoln had come to represent. Booth was a Confederate sympathizer, a white supremacist, a man enraged by Union victory, and especially by the growing possibility of black citizenship. He did not shoot Lincoln merely out of personal madness or abstract rebellion. He shot him because the war had destroyed the world Booth wanted preserved, and Lincoln embodied that destruction. The same hand that had signed emancipation, the same voice that had spoken of black veterans and limited black suffrage only days earlier, became the target of a final desperate attempt to strike at the future. The broader conspiracy moved simultaneously. Secretary of State William H. Seward was attacked in his home and severely wounded, though he survived. Vice President Andrew Johnson had also been marked in the conspirators' plan, though the attack against him was not carried out. The intention was not merely to kill one man, but to throw the government into chaos, perhaps to revive Confederate hope, or plunge the nation into renewed panic. That the larger political effect failed does not reduce the gravity of what was attempted. The United States, after 4 years of civil war, entered peace under the blow of presidential assassination. Almost immediately, the country entered mourning on a scale unprecedented in its history. Bells rang in cities and towns. Black crepe hung from buildings. Newspapers published extra editions. Churches filled. Men who had denounced Lincoln found themselves stunned. Men who had loved him openly now struggled to imagine the nation without him. Soldiers wept. Ordinary laborers wept. Formerly enslaved people wept. Women dressed in mourning black. The reaction crossed class lines and geographic boundaries in ways that revealed how deeply Lincoln had entered the emotional life of the country. He had once been mocked as uncouth, provincial, unfit. Now millions felt that something irreplaceable in the Republic's moral center had been struck down. The funeral rites that followed turned mourning into a long national procession. Lincoln's body was prepared, viewed, and carried from Washington back towards Springfield, Illinois, along a route that retraced in reverse much of the journey he had taken to the Capitol in 1861. The symbolism was almost unbearable. 4 years earlier, he had traveled eastward toward duty and uncertainty, watched by a divided country unsure of what he would become. Now he traveled westward in death, watched by a bereaved country that knew too late and too well what it had possessed. In city after city, enormous crowds gathered to see the funeral train or to pass by his coffin as it rested in state. Washington, Baltimore, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, New York, Albany, Buffalo, Cleveland, Columbus, Indianapolis, Chicago, and finally Springfield became stations not only of transport, but of ritual. Streets overflowed, businesses closed, long lines formed. People stood in silence for hours just to look for a few seconds upon his face. The sheer scale of the mourning revealed something profound about democratic leadership. Lincoln had not been a king buried by official ceremony alone. He was being grieved by the public itself, by citizens who felt they had lost not just a ruler, but the human form of national endurance. For Black Americans, the grief often had an especially piercing quality. To many formerly enslaved people and free Black Northerners, Lincoln was not a flawless saint, because real life had shown his caution, his slowness at times, and his willingness to move by law and strategy rather than by immediate moral proclamation. But none of that erased what he had done. Under his administration, slavery had been struck at by proclamation and by amendment. Under his administration, Black men had entered Union uniform. Under his administration, the old legal structure of human bondage had begun to collapse. Many freed people viewed him with near-biblical reverence because in the arc of their actual lives, his presidency marked the turning point between slavery and the beginning of freedom. Their grief was not theoretical. It was bound to flesh, memory, family, and deliverance. When Lincoln's body reached Springfield, the town that had shaped so much of his adult life became his final resting place. There he was buried on May 4th, 1865, at Oak Ridge Cemetery. The long journey ended not in Washington, where he had wielded power, nor in the Kentucky cabin where he had been born, but in the Illinois soil where he had built himself into a lawyer, politician, husband, father, and finally a national figure. There is something fitting in that. Springfield had been the making place of his maturity. It was where the obscure young man from the frontier learned law, found his voice, suffered love and depression, entered marriage, raised children, and slowly prepared for history without knowing history was preparing him. But Lincoln's death did not end his work. It transferred it, incompletely and problematically, into the hands of those who remained. This is where the sorrow of his life becomes inseparable from the sorrow of American history after him. Andrew Johnson, the vice president who succeeded him, lacked Lincoln's moral depth, political intelligence, and emotional largeness. Johnson was a Southern Unionist, stubborn and combative, but he was also profoundly unsuited to guide Reconstruction at the level of vision and complexity the moment required. Lincoln had never finished defining exactly what Reconstruction would be under his full second term, and that uncertainty has produced endless historical argument. But whatever disagreements historians maintain about the specifics, few doubt that his death removed from the center of national power the one man who had shown a proven ability to combine firmness and mercy, constitutionalism and change, unionism and evolving commitment to black freedom. Had Lincoln lived, Reconstruction would not have been easy. The South was devastated but unrepentant in many quarters. White supremacy did not die with slavery. Former Confederate elites were not waiting meekly to build an interracial democracy. Northern racism remained widespread. Congress and the executive would still have clashed. The protection of freed people's rights would still have demanded courage, enforcement, and sustained national will. Lincoln would have faced all of that. He might have failed in parts of it. He might have compromised too much in some places, or moved too slowly in others. Great men do not become omnipotent by surviving assassination. Yet it remains impossible not to feel the magnitude of the loss. He had shown growth. He had evolved morally. He had become deeper rather than more rigid under pressure. He had begun to speak, however cautiously, about black voting rights. He had framed the post-war task in terms of justice and healing rather than revenge or indifference. That combination was rare, and once lost, it could not simply be replaced by structure alone. The 13th Amendment, whose passage he had helped secure, was ratified in December 1865, formally abolishing slavery throughout the United States. In that sense, one of his greatest goals survived him and reached completion. But abolition was only the first threshold. Freedom without protection, land, legal standing, political voice, and physical security can be a thin and threatened condition. The years after Lincoln's death would prove exactly that. White resistance in the South hardened into black codes, violence, paramilitary terror, and eventually systems of segregation and disenfranchisement. Congress would pass the 14th and 15th Amendments, and for a time, Reconstruction would make real, though fragile, progress. But the long retreat from racial justice after Reconstruction's collapse has made Lincoln's final months seem even more charged with possibility. He ended slavery. But he did not live to shape fully the nation that had to come after slavery. To understand Lincoln's life whole, though, one must resist two temptations. The first is to reduce him into marble perfection, as though he had descended fully formed from the cabin into immortality. The second is to diminish him, because he was not in every respect equal to the moral vocabulary of later centuries. The truth is greater and harder. He was a man of his time who grew beyond much of his time. He carried prejudices and limitations that modern readers can and should see plainly. He moved slowly in ways that caused frustration. He calculated politically. He trimmed language. He respected constitutional boundaries even when passion might have urged otherwise. But precisely in that difficult mixture lies the reality of his greatness. He changed the nation not as a pure prophet standing outside politics, but as a democratic statesman working inside law, party conflict, public opinion, war, grief, and uncertainty. He was accurate to the world he lived in because he had been made by it. Poverty taught him the feel of insecurity. Labor taught him the dignity and exhaustion of work. Self-education taught him discipline and intellectual hunger. The death of his mother, the loss of Anne Rutledge, the death of Eddie, the death of Willie, and the ever-present brush of melancholy taught him sorrow not as performance, but as condition. The law taught him to think clearly, to strip away confusion, to respect evidence, to persuade ordinary minds. Politics taught him patience, timing, and the necessity of coalition. The Civil War taught him command, sacrifice, and the terrible cost of moral compromise delayed too long. He was not a man who dazzled in youth with aristocratic promise. His greatness was cumulative. It gathered. At each stage of life, something difficult was added to him. Hardship, work, books, grief, failure, ambition, public trust, moral seriousness. Even his humor belonged to this process. People often remembered his stories, his wit, his ability to turn a room with a tale or release tension with a dry line. But the humor was not superficial brightness. It was often the instrument by which he survived darkness. He laughed because he understood pain. He told stories because stories could hold truths that argument alone could not bear. He used plain language because he respected the minds of ordinary people, and because he knew that the deepest truths often come best stripped of ornament. His physical presence, too, became part of his meaning. In youth, he had seemed ungainly, almost unfinished. In power, he became iconic not because he was conventionally handsome, but because his face seemed carved by responsibility. The lined cheeks, the deep-set eyes, the furrowed brow, the melancholy mouth that could still break into unexpected amusement. All of it made him look like a man history had not adorned but worked upon. When later generations looked back at him, they did not see the polished ease of inherited authority. They saw authority earned through burden. His words remain among the strongest evidence of his mind. The Lyceum Address, young and warning against lawlessness. The Peoria speech, morally and historically confronting the spread of slavery. The House Divided speech, exposing the impossibility of a nation half slave and half free. The Cooper Union Address, precise and devastating in constitutional argument. The first inaugural, pleading for peace without surrendering principle. The Gettysburg Address, redefining the war as a test of democratic equality. The second inaugural, locating the nation's suffering under the judgment of God and calling for charity without softness. No American public figure has spoken at so many crucial moments with such a fusion of clarity, compression, moral weight, and enduring music. His language still lives because it was never merely decorative. It came from thought pressed against necessity. Yet perhaps his greatest achievement was not speech alone, but the union of speech and action. Many men can speak nobly in peace. Fewer can act nobly in crisis. Lincoln did both under the hardest conditions the Republic had yet known. He preserved civilian government in the midst of rebellion. He managed a quarrelsome cabinet. He learned war while conducting it. He bore criticism without becoming petty. He removed generals when necessary and elevated those who could fight. He held the border states. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation when the moment could sustain it. He backed the enlistment of black troops. He fought for the 13th Amendment. He won re-election in the midst of civil war. He thought about reconciliation before victory was complete. These were not isolated, heroic gestures. They were the cumulative labor of a presidency shaped under fire. The phrase, "from poverty to president," is true of Lincoln, but in one sense, it is too simple. Poverty was the beginning of his life, but not the end of his struggle. Even when he reached the presidency, he did not arrive at ease. He arrived at catastrophe. His rise was not a fairy tale ascent into comfort. It was the long movement of a man from material hardship into moral burden. He did not escape suffering by rising. He met larger suffering because he had risen. That is part of what makes his life so compelling. His greatness did not rescue him from pain. It demanded that he carry more of it than most men ever do. And still, despite all the shadows, his life was not tragic in the narrow sense of futility. He did not die having failed. He died having changed the course of a nation, and, through that nation, a large portion of the modern world's understanding of democratic possibility. He proved that a republic could survive internal rebellion without abandoning elections. He proved that self-government and moral purpose need not be enemies. He proved that a man born with almost nothing could, through discipline, thought, and character, rise high enough to bend history. He did not prove that democracy is easy, or pure, or guaranteed. He proved something harder, that democracy can be worthy of sacrifice when led by principle. After his death, monuments would rise, schoolchildren would memorize his words, artists would paint him, biographers would study him, politicians would claim him, and critics would challenge every layer of his memory. Some would make him too saintly, some would make him too small. But beneath all argument, the life itself remains astonishing. A child in frontier poverty, reading borrowed books by firelight. A youth chopping wood, ferrying cargo, watching slavery in the lower South. A young man in New Salem, clerking, surveying, grieving, entering politics. A lawyer on the Illinois circuit, listening to farmers and merchants, shaping arguments from common sense. A husband, father, and haunted man in Springfield. A national politician awakened by the spread of slavery. A debater against Douglas. A president-elect entering a dissolving union. A wartime leader learning to command. The author of Emancipation. The voice at Gettysburg. The mourner of Willie. The re-elected president. The speaker of malice toward none. The victor who did not live to govern the peace. All of those were Abraham Lincoln. Not fragments, but one life, developing through trial toward a scale of responsibility so vast that even now it is difficult to look at directly. He belonged to history, but he also belonged to the ordinary people from whom he came. That is why his memory has remained so powerful. He never seemed entirely distant from common life, even when he stood at its highest point. He knew what it meant to work, to lose, to doubt, to endure, to bury, to hope. When he spoke of the people, he did not speak as a spectator. He had been one of them long before he governed them. So the story of Abraham Lincoln's life ends where many great American stories truly begin, not in triumph, untouched by sorrow, but in the hard union of suffering and purpose. He rose from poverty, yes. He became president, yes. But more than that, he became the man the Republic needed when its deepest contradiction tore open into war. He did not solve every problem, and he did not live long enough to complete the peace. Yet he carried the nation across the abyss that might have destroyed it forever. And because he did, the cabin and the White House remain bound together in American memory, the poorest beginning and the highest office joined by one long human road of work, grief, thought, courage, and unfinished hope. And now, dear friend, the fire has burned low, the night has grown deeper, and Abraham Lincoln's long road, from poverty to president, has come gently to rest. So let your thoughts grow quiet now. Let the weight of the day slip from your shoulders, and let the story drift softly into the dark. Wherever you are in the world tonight, Thank you for spending these quiet hours with me. If this story brought you peace, comfort, or sleepiness, don't forget to subscribe and come back for the next slow journey through history. For now, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let sleep find you. Good night.